the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Perhaps you know the works of Alex Schaefer, horror author extraordinaire. His novels and short stories have been at the top of the bestseller list for years. When he married at the age of 60 to a much younger woman, the press had a field day. However, like critics, he paid the media no mind. He is currently working on his latest novel, dictating the ending while waiting for a special visitor.
The creature slithered its way towards the basement, its long and spiny tail leaving a trail of visceral fluid along the floor. The blood of the family still fresh on its leathery flesh. The darkness called to it as it retreated back into its hollowed home beneath the floor. It waited patiently. Well, now, I do believe it's finally finished. Now, what time is it? Oh, my. Punctual is always a good sign.
Mr. Alex Schaefer?
Yes, and you must be Millicent Giddings. Won't you come in and get out of that bone-chilling cold?
Thank you, sir. You may call me Echo.
I suppose that we were all on first-name basis these days. So, Echo, it shall be.
You have quite an impressive home, Alec.
Yes, I do rather fancy it. Over here are framed works of my book covers. They were given to me by a rather ardent fan in England last year.
They look, well, quite frankly, a little grotesque.
Naturally. You wouldn't expect to see a handsome young man cradling a young woman in his arms on a book about a creature that devours human heads now, would you?
I suppose not.
Would you like a drink?
Scotch.
Ah, my kind of person. Here you are. Now, what shall we drink to? How about mutual acceptance?
Whatever you'd like. Very fine Scotch.
Yes, it is. I always strive for the best in everything.
I found your note.
Yes, I thought you must have. It slipped in under your door this afternoon. How are you getting on in Hampstead Heath?
Very nicely. It's a beautiful country, and the people here have been rather warm and welcoming.
Since I was somewhat of a local celebrity, the people here literally bent over backwards to accommodate me. Most of it has become a bit of a tourist trap of late, usually during the so-called tourist season. I try to be on book tour or a lecture circuit. My agent is good at getting me out when I really need to get away.
I find the place very peaceful here.
Oh, don't you believe it? I'm positive that the tongue wagging started 10 minutes after you settled in.
I was a little surprised that you even wanted to see me today.
Well, since Margot is away visiting some friends, I thought that this might be the perfect opportunity for us to have a little chat. You know, get to know each other better. Can I refresh your drink?
Oh, thank you. I suppose the kind of books you write transfer well to movies.
God forbid. I would not allow such a thing to happen. Hollywood would get one of my stories, completely rework it where it would have no semblance of the original tale. And then UCGI, or whatever the hell it is they're calling it now, to create whatever monster I breathe life into. No, dear girl, I would never allow such a thing to happen to one of my children.
I suppose most writers feel that way about their books.
Think of it. They really are my children. I created them live on a printed page, and millions of people around the world cherish them. I would never agree to have them eviscerated on the screen.
I understand.
Now I understand that you want to marry my wife.
Well, with your permission, of course.
Oh, you don't really need my permission, do you? I would have thought by now that you and Margot would have run away somewhere. Oh, don't look so surprised that I know all about the affair. Very hard to keep a secret in this part of the country. Besides, I've known all about it for quite some time. Tell me, Echo, is she just as flaccid with you as she is with me?
I think that I will be leaving. It's been an interesting evening, and thank you for the drink.
Are you going now? What on earth for?
You happen to be talking about the woman I love.
On the contrary, I was talking about my wife.
It comes down to the same thing.
Things usually do. Please, Echo, stay. I'm not as sinister as you may think I am. Come on. Let me freshen your drink, and we shall have a nice conversation.
All right, but no more cracks about Margot. I'm warning you.
I promise. No more talking about how much of a cold fish spendthrift leech that she really is.
I'm warning you, Alec.
Here, have another drink, and let me ask you, can you afford to keep her?
What do you mean? She's never asked me for anything. She's been taking care of me.
Oh, yes. I am well aware of that. That explains some of the interesting charges that have been showing up on my credit card statements. You see, dear Echo, Margot has no money of her own. In a way, it is me that has been taking care of you. Margot also knows that in the event of my, shall we say, demise, she inherits everything. She will be extremely wealthy. Now, I'm being very serious here, Echo. Do you really think you can afford to be with Margot?
You seem to be doing a pretty good job keeping her for a man of your age.
I know what you're thinking, Echo. The aging rider trying to recapture some magic spark by taking for his wife a much younger woman, and her only after my money.
It has crossed my mind.
Well, when I found her, I felt it had been some sort of magic between us. I wonder now if there's actually a type of spell that Margot had used to entice me into marriage.
Be serious. Witchcraft? Margot?
How old do you think Margot really is?
Oh, I don't know. Somewhere in her 30s. We have never really discussed our ages. For us, it's just a number.
Yes, that is what people in both of our situations, usually someone much older, begins to have a relationship with a younger person. We tend to brush off comments made by conventional society. I can assure you that Margot was never a trophy wife to me.
To be honest, that is exactly what it looked like.
Would you believe me if I told you that Margot looks exactly the same now as she did 50 15 years ago, when we first married.
She takes good care of herself. She eats all the right things and exercises constantly. I know that she has regular checkups and monitors herself on a daily basis.
She did all of those things with me as well. It was maddening. To me, whenever we went out to eat, maddening. No red meat, fruits or vegetables, the right amount of water every day. I couldn't count the times that she would admonish me for having a glass of wine whenever there was a blue moon.
She has told me that she was very much in love with you at one time.
And I was very much in love with her. What if I were to tell you that even if she did none of those healthy things, she would look exactly the same?
What do you mean?
I mean that if she ate like a horse, 5 meals a day of steak and potatoes, with chocolate snacks in between, would that not make an iota of a difference in her appearance?
I find that a little hard to believe.
She would look like a Venetian goddess, no matter what she did.
Have you talked to anyone about this?
I believe that the word you are searching for is obsession.
Your wife is leaving you. I suppose that would drive anyone over the edge a little bit.
I've been doing quite a bit of research. Whenever I come up with a new story idea, I try to research some of it to give it a bit of reality. I like to add some semblance of realism in my stories. Even though there is a monster involved, I feel it heightens the reader's horror. I began doing research on something about a year ago when I started to notice something rather peculiar things about Margot.
Like her ongoing beauty?
Yes. I tapped into one of my stubbornnesses, and I began to research Margot.
So is this from research? Or from the law offices of Floyd and Bochner Esquire?
Why would I waste perfectly good money on a private detective to simply confirm what I already knew? That you and my wife were becoming an item. No, I can assure you that you will not find grainy photographs of you and Margot in bed, or whatever it is you find time to copulate, taken through the blinds of some window. What will you find in there is the truth about Margot. Look it over. Take your time. And then I will ask you again, can you afford to be with her?
What began as an interview, which led to a confrontation between husband and lover, has now become something more sinister. What could be found in the folder that Echo now has in her hands? We shall all find out when I return with Act 2. Alex Schaefer invited his wife's lover, Millicent, to presumably confront her about the affair. As the conversation continued, Alec hands Echo a folder of research which holds more information about Margot than even Echo wants to believe.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You're not looking hard enough.
All that you have here are newspaper clippings of past marriages.
Look at this one, see? This is our wedding from 15 years ago. There's Margot and me cutting the cake. It was a rather grand social event.
Fine. So you both look very happy.
You're not seeing it. Now look at this and read it.
The Brownstone Funeral Home announces services for Mr. Edward James, who passed away due to complications of an illness. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Margaret James. Funeral services to be held at Brownstone Chapel Thursday at 2. So what of it?
Look at the picture. See? That was taken at our wedding 10 years earlier. Don't you see? Margot hasn't aged one bit since.
So? A lot of women seem not to age as they get older. This doesn't prove it.
Keep looking.
But these are just more of the same. Wedding announcements, obituaries, social articles.
Look at the pictures of Margot.
You poor man. Her leaving you for me has really unhinged you.
I'm not crazy.
I didn't say that you were, but I do think that you need a lot of help. Have you ever showed this folder to Margot?
Don't be absurd.
Perhaps I should. I can take this to Margot, this fabrication, and it would definitely be the final nail in the marital coffin.
That was driven in me when she met you. How do you think that I even knew about you?
You mean she told you about us?
My dear girl, she didn't tell me about you. She gloated over it. She said our marriage had simply become a convenience for her, and that soon, very soon, I would no longer be necessary.
I don't believe she said that. And this? You must have spent hours in front of that computer of yours printing this stuff up. I must say, I know an 8-year-old that can use Photoshop better than these photographs. You should really brush up on your computer skills.
I don't blame you for not believing me.
Oh, I believe you. I believe that you need more help than a therapist could give. It must have taken you quite a number of minutes to copy and paste Margot's picture all over all these old newspaper clippings. If my math is correct, you have articles here dating back to the early 1900s. That would make Margot around 120 years old.
I'm guessing around 275, if not older. I was never any good at math. I went back as far as I could with photographs, actually going to newspapers and digging through their archives. Margot has retained the same signature. I was able to trace her all the way back to the 1700s.
You're completely mad. You have really gone off the deep end. Forget a therapist. You need to go directly to a padded room. Do not pass go, and do not collect $200.
Are you finished?
No, but you certainly are. Wait until I explain all this to Margot.
I'm sure that she already knows. I wonder if there'll be much pain.
What did you say?
Nothing. Why don't you come over here to the computer for a moment?
They say to humor the insane. All right. What am I looking for? You do realize they cannot put anything on the internet that isn't true.
My research led me not only to this country's news-gathering sources, but others as well. I've cataloged the websites to make it easier for you.
You know, Alec, I have a 10-year-old nephew that created a fake website. He really had me going for a long time before he spilled the beans and told me it was all a joke.
You really don't understand. This is not some game I am playing, or joke at your expense. I'm trying to warn you. You may have a few great years with Margot. I had almost 15 myself. But in the end, she will simply find someone else, and you will be disposable as well. Don't you understand? You will die.
Oh, this just gets better and better. I suppose you're now going to tell me that Margot, your wife, my lover, and soon-to-be wife, is some sort of a vampire? Perhaps she is a witch, and she'll ride here on a broomstick to murder you.
I really don't know what she is.
Hey, you really are serious. If Your face has gone all ashen white. Let me get you another drink.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I'm sorry, Alec. I just can't believe this whole story. Margot and I are deeply, passionately in love with each other. It was simply out of consideration for you that I even showed up here tonight. If it makes it any easier, I never wanted to be the other person that came between a good marriage.
If it had not been for you, then it would have been someone else. I could tell that Margot was getting tired of me. After all, 15 years is quite a long time, I truly believe. Or at least want to believe. That somewhere in that black heart of hers, it hurts to see someone age when she can stay young.
Again, I'm very sorry, but I just don't believe it. A few newspaper clippings and some websites prove absolutely nothing.
Would you possibly believe your own eye?
More photographs?
Follow me to the bedroom.
I am not going to sleep with you.
Rather novel, since Margot and I have not done anything in over 2 years, but that is not what I had in mind.
Well now, things have progressed a lot further. No, really. Don't judge Alec too harshly. Has he managed to cook up an elaborate scheme to get rid of his wife's lover? We shall find out what awaits in the bedroom when I return with Act 3 shortly. Being confronted with the lover of his wife, Alec invited Echo over to discuss the matter. When Echo dismisses the theories that perhaps his wife is some sort of an unearthly being, he has invited her into his bedroom. But for what purpose?
I'm not sleeping with you.
This is not what I had in mind. Dear girl, no, I believe that within every short period of time, Margot will be coming home. She will find me waiting for her, here, there on the bed. She will do to me whatever she did to her other spouses. I want you to be witness to it.
You just want me to stand in the corner and watch?
No, I want you to hide in the closet.
You really are mental. You want me to hide in the closet like a common criminal and watch you two sleep? I'm sorry, I don't exactly get my jollies off watching other people.
You still don't understand. I am desperately trying to save your life. If she comes in and nothing happens other than her gathering a few things and leaving, well, then I will personally call the ambulance and you can have me committed. When Margot leaves, you can quietly slip out and join her, and you two can have a wonderful life with my full blessing. What do you have to lose?
At least the closet is big enough. Maybe I should have myself committed for even doing this. What a crazy old man. Just look at him. Lying on the bed, waiting. What do you expect to happen, Alec? I feel sorry for you, I really do. That must be Margot.
Alec, I'm home, darling.
What? That can't be Margot.
My, you seem awfully prepared.
I suppose I am. I tried to warn her. Really, I did.
I know that you did. It was a valiant effort.
I guess that I'm ready. I did try to warn her. Will it hurt? I mean, the pain. Will it hurt much?
Exquisitely so.
What is she doing? Oh my god! That's impossible. She's floating up, directly on top of him. Must not scream. Dear God in heaven. Her arm. She shoved her entire arm down his throat. That's just not possible. Wait. She's pulling out his heart. His beating heart through his mouth. I think I'm gonna be sick. She's beating heart. Oh, come on. Get me out of here.
You can come out now, lover.
Where's the blood? Where's all the blood? There should be blood, but he's just lying on the bed.
We must really do something about that overactive imagination of yours. Poor Alec. I've tried to get him to do something about his heart condition. No pun intended.
What are you?
What am I? I'm finally and completely yours.
Alec Schaefer, writer of horror fiction, has just lived out his own horror story. He lies prostrate on the bed, dead, his eyes still open wide with terror. Echo watches as her lover glares at her, and she herself realizes that same desperate fear that Alec had shown her earlier. And as the curtain closes on our little scene, I will return shortly. Many disputes over a relationship have been settled in several ways throughout history, from sword fighting to pistols at 10 paces. Margot has found a rather unique way to move on, don't you think? Our cast included Mark McLean and Crimson McKenzie. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. Doorway to Nightmare was sponsored in part by Swanage Press. And now a preview of our next tale.
Do you believe that a house could actually be alive?
You mean like a living being? Something like a spirit or entity?
I'm not sure what I mean.
How long have you been living here?
About 2 months. Mike, I swear, I never would have believed in a million years that something like this could happen to me.
But what is happening to you?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Science has come a long way in the last 100 years. What may have killed hundreds of thousands of people long ago is now eradicated through research and the development of medicine. However, there has never been a cure for death.
Dr. Jacob Daniels.
Come in, Stan, and please drop the doctor. I retired some time ago. Nowadays, I simply go by Jacob.
Oh, fine with me. Thank you for inviting me.
I'm certainly glad to see my star pupil doing so well. Did you have any problems finding the house?
House? You call this a house? I have 2 bedrooms and a small bath. I have a kitchen that doubles as a dining room. This is a castle.
Well, perhaps it is a little large for just myself.
Man, can you retire? You really retire.
Ah, here we are. The library. May I get you something to drink?
Oh, no thank you. The fireplace is welcoming. It's a little chilly tonight.
It saves on the heating bill. I understand that you are in research now.
I just couldn't take the grind of a hospital. But then, you knew that. I was more fascinated with running experiments than carving into bodies.
I do remember that. Tell me, are you happy with your work?
Yeah, it has its moments. Currently, I'm working on the cure for cancer.
Isn't everyone?
After Margaret died, I felt so helpless. I mean, what was the point of having all that medical knowledge when I couldn't even save my own sister?
I heard about it through mutual friends. I can only offer you my deepest condolences.
Thank you. Even though it has been 2 years now, it still hurts.
No matter who the patient is, death is always hard. Not just on the family, but the doctor as well.
I don't understand how you ever coped with it.
By becoming a teacher.
And that's something you did very well. I don't think I could have ever graduated had it not been for you.
Oh, I think that you give me way too much credit. You were a brilliant student, as I recall, which is why I contacted you.
Well, here I am.
Stan, what I am about to ask you can never leave this room. I simply want you to hear my proposal and then think it over. Don't discuss it with anyone, not even your colleagues.
This must be something really big. Why all of the secrecy?
Because, for one, the scientific community would never believe it.
I think I will take that drink now.
Here you are. I know what you're going to say. Preposterous. Monstrous. It goes against everything.
I cannot believe that you're even entertaining the idea. I always knew you to be a straightforward scientist and doctor. Never dreamed that you would turn into Frankenstein.
Now, I'm not talking about Boris Karloff and his magic electrodes. I am talking about a viable way to bring dead tissue back to life.
I'm sorry, Jacob, but it just sounds too fantastic. And you are right. The community would be measuring you for a nice, comfortable straitjacket the second they find out what you are up to.
Would you like a demonstration?
You're kidding.
Come with me to my lab. Stan, describe what you see on the operating table.
A rabbit?
Please examine it.
Well, it appears to be normal, everyday wild rabbit, who in this case shows no signs of life.
I euthanized it a week ago.
It's in great condition for being dead a week.
I kept it in the freezer. I brought it out just before you arrived.
All right, so you have a dead rabbit. Now what?
Within this test tube is a formula. I want you to watch me very carefully. I'm extracting 3 cc's of this formula into the syringe. There. Now, I am going to inject it into the rabbit. And there we are.
Now what?
Just wait.
Holy Jesus, it's moving! The rabbit is moving!
Let me put it in its cage before it gets too active. There you go, little guy. Welcome back to the land of the living.
It has to be some sort of a trick.
Oh, no, Stan. I can assure you...
Now, wait a minute, Jacob. There are drugs that will cause paralysis, a death-like appearance. Those hoodoo people use it all the time to make others believe in their so-called magic.
Which is why I asked you here. Well, one of the reasons. Stan, I want you to run every test that you can think of on that rabbit. Drug, urine, CBC, toxicology, and a DNA profile. Do x-rays, anything that you can think of.
Well, that's going to take some time and a lot of equipment.
I have everything that you need in the lab, and I don't want you to rush. I want you to be absolutely sure of your findings.
And what do you expect me to find exactly?
Something that you are not going to believe.
The actor Michael Landon once said, "Whatever you want to do it now. There are only so many tomorrows." However, we have a scientist who has possibly found a way to add to those tomorrows. I will add more when I return with Act 2. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? Questions asked by the Apostle Paul, who had his own answers. Apparently, Dr. Jacob Daniels has added a new answer to the question.
Well, I ran every test that I could think of.
And x-rays. You did x-rays.
Yes, even those. All I can find is that you have a very healthy, happy, adult male rabbit.
And you are positive that there is absolutely nothing wrong with him. No problems of any kind.
It's a healthy rabbit, Jacob. What were you looking for?
It is not what I am looking for. I want you to take a look at these test results.
Well, according to this, you had a rabbit that showed advanced stages of cancer. So what of it?
You are looking at tests that were done on that same rabbit a week ago, just before I put him down.
That's impossible.
No, look at the DNA strand.
I don't believe it. It is the same rabbit.
Now you know one of the reasons why I asked you to come.
I just can't believe it. What is that stuff you injected?
Well, that, my friend, is the other reason that you are here.
I don't understand.
Let's go back to the library and let me fix you a drink. I think that you are going to need it.
How long have you been working on this research?
Oh, about a year now. To be honest, I was getting bored with retirement and needed something to keep my mind sharp. I had started along the lines of your research. I thought that if I made some headway, I would contact you and we could collaborate on it.
Instead, you came up with this, I don't even know what to call it.
Resurrection 239. It was the only thing that I could come up with without having to brush up on my Latin.
Oh, don't tell me. You tried 238 times before.
Exactly. I did just that.
Jacob, that's not research. That's obsession.
I suppose that it did become an obsession. Regardless, I have found a formula that will bring the dead back to life. There is only one problem.
And what's that?
I don't know how I did it.
You're kidding.
I only wish that I was.
Can you keep notes?
Oh, meticulous ones. However, I had an accident after number 239. I was so excited with the results that I came back up here from the lab. The notes slipped out of my hand and fell into the fire.
You can't remember what you used in the way of chemicals.
Which is the other reason I called you. That vial, that I used is the last of Resurrection 239, about 7 cc's. I was able to have 12, but I used 2 cc's on another rabbit, and then the 3 that I used for my little demonstration for you.
And you want me to try and break everything down?
Oh, I can do it, but I need someone with much younger eyes and stamina.
What you are telling me is that you have a formula that not only brings the dead back to life, but makes the subject healthier, even killing cancerous cells?
Oh, that was a happy byproduct. Apparently the serum reawakens the cells that combat foreign bodies. Since those foreign bodies have also died with the subject, they do not reanimate and are cleared away by the healthy cells.
It's fantastic.
Stan, will you do it?
You are either one of the most brilliant men that I know of, or one of the maddest.
Perhaps a little of both.
It's been a week. However, I think that I have been able to replicate your formula.
I'm surprised it went this fast. Did you keep notes?
You know me better than that. I made 3 copies.
Splendid.
Well, if you have other specimens, we can try it out. There we go. 3 cc's of the new serum. Now we wait.
Look, it's moving.
Let me get it in the cage.
You've done it. You really have done it.
Let's not count our rabbits before they hop. There are still some tests to run.
Yes, of course.
I know that look, Jacob. What are you thinking?
The same thing that has already crossed your mind.
Okay, but where do we find a fresh corpse?
A very good question, and one that I have been waiting to hear. Both men stare at each other questioningly. Neither have an answer. And as the newest subject of their experiment eats happily away at a piece of lettuce, let us take a moment before I return with Act 3. Dr. Jacob Daniels, well-loved professor of Stan Fremont, has asked Stan to help him with an experiment. Jacob proved that a formula for not only resurrecting the dead will work, but completely eradicates any foreign bodies found in the subject. The question arises, will it work on humans? It has been 2 months now since Stan moved in with Jacob to continue the experiment.
All right, Boodle. That's enough. I have work to do. I promise that I will play ball with you later. Oh, yes, you are a good girl.
Well, I see that our latest patient is doing quite well.
The dog that I brought with me.
I'm sorry that I left the door open. I didn't mean for her.
That's all right, Jacob. Dogs get hit all the time. I'm just thankful that Resurrection 239 was able to bring her back.
This was your sister's dog.
Yes, they were inseparable. Now Boodle has claimed me.
Well, I'm glad that she accepted me as well. Yes, Boodle, my home is your home.
Now, can we discuss the other subjects?
Yes, the other subjects. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Digging up graves in the dead of night is not exactly my idea of research.
Where else were we to get test cases?
I know, and you are right. However, it appears that Resurrection 239 will not work on the human body, only on animals.
Perhaps we are both missing something. There has to be some enzyme that we could add.
I've tried everything, Jacob. 14 corpses, some of them only a few days in the ground.
A reaction to the formaldehyde, perhaps.
No, I did my homework. There are some people that insist on not having any chemicals used. I made sure of that.
And by law, they have to either be cremated or buried within 72 hours of death.
Right.
Which means that all of our subjects were only 3 to 4 days deceased before we got to them.
I just don't know. But I do want to at least try one more thing.
Another cemetery visit?
Oh, no. I've got something a little bit more drastic. And a lot more illegal.
Stan, where have you been all afternoon? I was getting worried.
We have a new subject. Died this morning. Suicide.
Stan, how were you able...
Well, I have a friend in the coroner's office. I asked, and for the right amount of money, I received.
Digging up graves is bad enough, but this... what if someone comes looking for their deceased loved one?
This one was homeless, living on the street. So, what do you think?
She's very beautiful. How long dead?
Just a few hours. She shot herself. They dug the bullet out. Do you think that our serum will repair any damage as well?
It will be very interesting to see.
Jacob, we have only been using twice as much of the serum on the human subjects that we used on the animals. Since this one is so fresh, why don't we try 3 times as much?
We can always try. I'll get the syringe ready.
Well, there we go. That should do it. So how long do you think it will take?
Well, with the rabbits, it only took a few minutes.
Well, you know, human circulatory is much more complex.
We just have to wait and see.
It's been an hour. And no sign of anything.
Are you sure that the heart monitor is hooked up correctly? The reads have a good contact.
I've checked 3 times.
It's worth a try.
There's a heartbeat. Getting stronger. I can feel a pulse.
I think we have our first successful test.
Enough.
Oh, that's enough, girl. You should welcome our new guest.
Where am I?
I'm Dr. Stan Fremont, and this is Dr. Jacob Daniels.
Where am I?
Do you remember anything?
What have you done to me?
Well, what do you remember?
You fools! What have you done?
Voodoo, come back here.
Let her go, Stan. This is more important. Young lady, do you remember anything?
I remember everything. I remember putting the gun to my chest and pulling the trigger. What have you done to me?
You are history in the making. We brought you back.
And apparently our hypothesis about repairing damaged tissue was correct. Congratulations, my boy. We have done it.
You have no idea what you've just done.
Resurrection 239 works.
Did you once ask yourself why? Why I committed suicide?
Whatever the problem is, my dear young lady, I'm sure that we can help.
Wait, what is today's date?
I think it's the 22nd.
Oh no. What time is it?
Well, it's almost 9:30.
Day or night?
At night, but what is that?
There's a full moon tonight. Don't you understand? I shot myself with a silver bullet. I didn't want to kill anymore. Now you've brought me back?
Dear God. Now I understand.
Jacob, is she really a werewolf?
The other subjects stand dead bodies that we dug up were all human. This girl, a werewolf, has mutated cells that are part animal.
You should have left me dead. And now I am very, very hungry.
When friends and co-workers of Dr. Stan Fremont contacted police, they were shocked at what they found out. The local precinct sent detectives to the home of Dr. Jacob Daniels. They found the two men in a lab in the basement. They had both been torn apart. I will be back shortly. Scientists are sometimes called dreamers. They come up with fantastic ideas and try to create something that will eventually help all of humankind. It was the dream of Stan and Jacob to eradicate not only cancer, but death itself. However, the laws of nature have to be obeyed. Our cast included Mark Wheeler, Raymond Gibson, and Crimson McKenzie. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Now look, Fred, I don't want to argue with you. Dot and I have to get away for a little while.
But what am I supposed to do?
Well, what did you do when you were at the other house?
Well, nothing really. I mean, no one ever came around. I really got lonely, and I was a little scared.
Fred, all that I'm asking for is a couple of weeks vacation.
You mean away from me?
Yeah, not really. Look, you'll have the whole place to yourself. Maybe you can practice some of those tricks of yours.
It just won't be the same. I'll be all alone by myself. What if I get scared?
Fred, Dorothy and I are going on vacation, and you are staying here. Now that is final.
Doorway to Nightmare is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Brad and Margaret Harris have been married for a little over a year. Both are hardworking and have plans to start a family. The one thing that they have not had is a proper honeymoon.
If you remember correctly, you promised to take me somewhere that was romantic and beautiful. Well, I think that I found us the perfect spot.
Okay, love. You're right. I did promise. Where on this wonderful planet would you like to go?
Right there.
What, did you throw a dart at a map?
No, silly. I came across an article about it last week and did a little research.
Echo Lake. Now, I've never heard of it.
Neither had I, but at least it isn't too far away and our budget can afford it.
We're lucky our budget can afford the lights and the rent.
Oh, honey, it's gonna get better. You're up for that promotion and I'm starting to get some more orders in.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. What will happen to that promotion if I suddenly go away on a vacation?
When was was the last time that you even had a vacation?
Oh, you're right. It has been a while. I should have enough time built up to take at least a weekend.
A weekend? I was thinking about 2 weeks.
Let me see what I can do.
Have I told you lately how much I love you?
Every day. I have no idea where we're at.
The map says we should be coming up on Whispering Pines in about a mile.
There's not a sign to be seen in the last 10 miles.
Think of it this way. The isolation may do both of us some good.
Ah, there it is. Whispering Pines, population 73. I at least hope they have a gas station, or we are going to be walking. Hello? There doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Oh, there must be. Hello?
Why did I let you talk me into this?
Oh, quit complaining. Hello?
Sorry, folks. I was in the back. Didn't hear you drive up. My name's Clemens, and you won't find a better stock store within 100 miles.
I'm Brad Harris, and this is my wife, Maggie.
Very pleased to meet you. Now, what can I get you for?
Well, gas if you have any.
Oh, plenty of gas.
Fine.
Would you like me to fill her up?
Oh, I think I can manage. Honey, you want to get us a few supplies?
Sure.
You folks on vacation?
Yes, we are. Our first one since getting married.
Well then, congratulations. I take it this is your honeymoon?
Yes, but only a year late.
Where might you be going up in this neck of the country?
A place called Echo Lake. Do you know it?
Did you say Echo Lake?
Yes. It's supposed to be near here according to the map.
Yes, ma'am, it is. If you don't mind me making a suggestion, we got a real nice motel in town run by a friend of mine. She could give you a good rate and the honeymoon suite. Why don't I give her a call?
We have our camping equipment and a canoe. I just want to get away from everyone.
Well, $20 did it. Here you go.
Thank you, sir.
Honey, did you get everything?
I think so. You ready?
Your wife tells me that you two are going camping up on Echo Lake.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And we'd better get going or we won't have any daylight to set up camp.
Sir, I don't mean to speak out of turn. Take my advice. Don't go to Echo Lake.
Well now, what had started out as a honeymoon has suddenly become ominous. Our couple look at the old man questioningly. He looks at them, wondering if it will be for the last time. We shall be looking into Act 2 shortly. Brad and Margaret Harris are taking their honeymoon after being married a little over a year. They are heading to a quiet and peaceful weekend of camping near Echo Lake, even though they have been warned not to go.
Honey, I wonder what he meant.
Who?
That man, Clemens.
Oh, that. Probably some local legend that he didn't want to get into.
He never mentioned a legend, Brad. Just told us that we shouldn't go there.
Well, we can always change our plans.
No. This is my honeymoon, and this is what I want to do.
Ah, there we go. Your mansion awaits you, my lady.
Didn't take as long as you thought it would.
And it's a good thing, too. The sun is almost gone. You need some help with the campfire?
Oh, I think that I got it. Want something to eat?
Oh, you read my mind.
There you are. Maggie's famous campfire stew.
Straight out of a can.
Hey, I slaved over that meal all day.
It's delicious.
It really is pretty here.
Yes, it is. In the morning, we can put the canoe in.
What was that?
It was just an owl. Remember, you're in the woods now. No sirens or alarms going off.
No cars, no traffic, no noise. I wonder why they call it Echo Lake.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Hello! Well, I guess you have your answer.
Now that was weird.
Must have bounced back off the mountain.
Creepy. It didn't even sound like you.
Do you want to go all the way to the middle?
Sure. It is such a lovely day. Peaceful, not hot.
I hope you brought lunch. By the time I get to the middle, I'm going to need some energy.
Of course I did.
What's the matter, Maggie?
Just thinking about that echo last night. It still gives me chills.
I grant you it was weird, but it was just an echo. Why don't you try one?
I'm not sure that I want to.
Go on.
Hello?
There, you see?
What was that?
I don't know.
Brad, I'm scared.
Well, there's nothing to be scared about. You know we may not be the only people out here. It's probably just some kids trying to scare us. Oh, my. I must have drifted off.
You did.
Well, why didn't you wake me up?
You look so peaceful, babe.
Peace. What the hell was that?
Let's go back to shore.
Yep, good idea.
Come on, Brad.
I'm going as fast as I can.
What's happening?
Trying. The canoe isn't going anywhere.
An idyllic lake that seems to hold much more than just water. Brad and Maggie stare at each other as Brad desperately tries to row the small canoe to the shore. And somewhere in the darkness, something is watching them. I shall return with Act 3 shortly. Going to the mountains and hearing your own voice echo back to you can be a peaceful thing. However, for Brad and Maggie Harris, what comes back can only be described as demonic.
Brad?
Yes?
Hold me.
What do you want from us? If this is some sort of a prank, it's not funny.
Make it stop!
Maggie, hold on.
What is it, Brad?
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
I was just thinking, what does any echo want?
I don't know.
Our voices.
What?
Don't you see? An echo is just a voice that comes back to you. If we don't give it a voice, maybe it will go away. Did you hear that? It sounded a little sad.
I don't care what it sounds like. I just want to go home.
Maggie, keep your voice down. Just don't say anything. Come here. Let me hold you.
I'm so scared.
I know. So am I.
I love you, my dearest.
I love you too.
Brad.
I know. I'm going to try and get us to shore. Mr. Clemens,
Are you here?
Yep. I'm here. I'm glad to hear that you made it back from Echo Lake.
Mr. Clemens, what was it?
Well, ma'am, really don't know. I do know that last time anyone went to Echo Lake, they came back, but not all in one piece. You folks have been the first ones out there since Johnny Mills went out there 10 years ago.
What happened to Johnny Mills?
Well, Johnny was a singer. Good voice, too. He had a shot at a record deal when he decided to take some time off and go out there.
And?
They found him a few days later in a boat bobbing about, floating in the lake. His throat was ripped right out. Doc said his vocal cords was missing. Some said it was the bear, some a mountain lion. I just say, don't go to Echo Lake.
Brad and Maggie decided to take Mr. Clemens up on his offer for a stay in the hotel. The room was nice and quiet. The owner made sure that they had a very good meal every morning and evening. They browsed the local shops and bought a few souvenirs. When it was time, they went home. But they never forgot Echo Lake. You don't forget to come back and join me shortly. Our echoes roll from soul to soul and grow forever and ever. I wonder if Sir Alfred Lord Tennyson ever had the chance to go to Echo Lake. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Raymond Gibson, and William Stafford. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I didn't kill him!
You planned it. You put the poison into his drink.
He was an inhuman son of a...
He was a living being, and you murdered him. Make it easier on yourself.
Oh, God.
And just tell me what happened.
I will only tell you one more time. I did not kill my husband.
I sure hope that you didn't. I don't think that death row would suit you.
Doorway to Nightmare is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Meet Jason Graham, accomplished photographer who still uses that antiquated form of expression known as film. He has his own darkroom and refuses to use the digital medium. His photos have won awards and have been featured on the covers of popular magazines. Currently, he is looking through the window of an antique store where he has found several old cameras.
Hello?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Well, I was looking at the cameras that you have in the window.
Oh, yes, sir. An incredible bargain. Is there one in particular?
Well, first of all, do they work?
You have my word, sir. I'm Mr. Rourke, the proprietor of this establishment. Everything in my shop not only works, but has a rather unique story attached to it.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes, sir. And it does not have a story. I shall make one up for you.
Well, I'm interested in that 35 millimeter camera, the one with the telescopic lens.
Might I suggest the Nikon? I think that is a better quality camera.
Oh, I do believe I hear a story coming on.
Not really a story, sir. More of a legend.
Okay, let's have it.
That particular camera came from a consignment of an estate from an admitted serial killer. It seems that he would take a picture of his victim before dispatching them. I was told that the camera was cursed in some way.
Now, who ever heard of a cursed camera?
I'm just telling you what was told to me.
Okay, so how much?
Oh, I suppose that $30 would not be asking too much.
For a cursed camera? I think 20 would be more acceptable.
Well, it does come with 5 rolls of film.
Okay, you talked me into it.
Hey, Jason. How was the world's leading photographer?
Oh, not bad, Bill. How's the world's leading detective?
Well, maybe not the world's leading, but definitely the finest in the precinct.
Modesty does not become you.
I'm okay.
Well, Bill, you seem a little down.
It's the Myers case. You know, we got that guy dead to rights. We found the murder weapon, his DNA, all over it with the victim's blood. And the whole thing gets thrown out of court because of one typo on the paperwork.
Oh, man, that's tough. So what are you going to do?
Nothing we can do. The judge threw everything out. That little weasel gets away with murder. We just have to watch.
Well, you know what they say. Justice is blind.
Yeah, and deaf, and dumb, and has a wooden leg. So how's the photography going?
Oh, not bad. I was going to see if Karen wanted to model this afternoon when she gets off work.
6 hours on her feet. You want her to stand and pose?
Hey, I pay well.
I sure hope so.
Hey, Jason. What can I get for you?
Oh, I don't know. A great pose for the next issue of Photo Weekly, maybe?
How about a cup of coffee?
And that will work, too. Say, listen, Karen, no kidding. Are you up for some shots this evening?
How could I say no to you?
How do you do that?
Talent and my massive charm.
And fancy camera work. I think that the chemicals in that dark room of yours have finally gone to your brain.
Hey, don't put down my dark room. It's probably the only one left in the entire city.
Still won't come into the 21st century, will you?
Film is more pure.
Right. Well, have fun with Karen.
Okay, that's right. That's right. Now turn your head just a little. Yeah, great. All right, don't move. Purse your lips. Just a little bit. Oh, that's great. Now throw your hair back. Oh, that's fantastic.
Have you got enough? My feet are killing me.
Oh, just a few more. Okay, there. Don't move. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, there. Oh, that should do it.
Do I get a copy of these?
Hey, don't I always?
Hey, what's this?
It's a bowling ball, Columbo. What do you think it is?
Well, I know it's a camera, stupid head. I mean, it just looks, well, ancient.
Oh, I think it was made around the 70s, maybe. I found it in an antique store earlier today. I even got some film to go with it.
You sure it's any good?
Well, I've only taken a few shots with it. I'm not really sure if it even works.
Here, try it on me. I'll sit here looking all dapper and demure, and you can take the shot.
Okay, let's see. Let me get you in the right light, and there.
Awesome. So when will you develop the role?
Oh, I can do it now. Like I said, I took a few shots on the way over here.
Oh, like what?
Oh, well, let me see. This is Manning's flower bed. I think I got one of the homeless guy. You know, the one that sits on the corner all day. After that, I just took some shots of the buildings. I believe that the one I just took of you was the last one on the roll.
So develop it already.
Oh my, aren't we in a hurry?
Of course. I want to see if you caught my good side.
too bad if I do say so myself. Hey, Karen, wait until you see these.
Jason, what's happening to me?
Excuse me, but who are you? Where's Karen?
It's me, Jason. I am Karen.
Oh my God.
Taking a photograph is a little bit like having a time machine. With a simple click of a button, you can freeze a moment in time that will forever be preserved. Your host would like to know just what is taken from the subject of that photograph. I will return with Act 2 shortly. According to the U.S. Department of Commerce, over 2,700 photographs are taken every second around the world, equaling to almost 3 billion rolls of film.
Jason, you want to tell me what happened?
Bill, I told the officer. I told the lieutenant. And now I'm telling you, I don't know what happened. I left Karen out here to develop that roll of film, and when I got back, there was this old woman.
You mean Karen just let in some old woman off the street and she picked that moment to die?
I've never seen her before in my life, I swear.
Okay, I believe you. The big question is, where did Karen go?
Well, I assumed she went home.
No, I just came from there. Her roommate said that she never got back there.
Oh, well, you know Karen. Maybe she went to a nightclub or something.
On a Tuesday night? I don't think so.
Bill, are you charging me with something?
According to the medical examiner, the woman died of natural causes.
There's nothing natural about this. I mean, why my apartment? Who is she? Where did she come from?
I'm going to try to find out. Detective Stanton. So give me the report. Uh-huh. I see. Have you been able to identify her? What? That can't be.
Oh, hey, Bill. What's up?
Mind if I come in?
Well, sure. So, what brings you around?
You still have those pictures from last night?
Oh, yeah, I got them right here. Why?
Have you been anywhere today?
No, I've been working right here. Why do you ask?
I'm just looking at something, and it's... well, it's weird.
Well, what are you looking at?
This picture of Karen. This was the last one you took?
Yeah, that was the last one, and I just put the new roll of film in today.
The ME called a little while ago. We've identified the woman who dropped dead in here.
Oh, well, finally. Great. So who is she?
It's Karen.
Bill. Now, that's impossible.
Karen had a little trouble a few years ago, and her fingerprints were taken. They're an exact match to the old woman that died here.
So what are you saying?
I don't know yet. Where did that camera come from?
Oh, I got it at an antique place over on Hammond.
Maybe I should go and find out a little more about that camera.
Oh, Mr. Graham.
Hello, Mrs. Manning. How are the roses coming along?
Oh, I'm so mad I could spit nails.
Well, why? What happened?
Dead. Every single one of them.
When?
Last night sometime, I'm guessing. I came out this morning to water them, and they'd all died. Wilted down to nothing.
That's just weird.
Do you still have that picture that you took of them? I really would like to have a copy. At least I can see what they looked like.
Detective, I don't know what to tell you. The camera was part of a consignment from an estate sale.
And you have no idea where it came from.
The story that I was told was that it was from some serial killer. But after I sold it, I decided to do a little digging. I did find out something rather peculiar.
And what was that?
The killer was Rory Hines. According to reports, he used the camera to take photos of his victims.
Wasn't he the one that claimed to be some kind of devil worshiper?
That's the one. The one peculiar thing about him was that the ME said all of his victims died of natural causes.
What finally happened to him?
I believe that he died of old age in prison.
Old age? I thought he was only about 40 years old.
He was. But when they found him, he looked like he was 100.
Well, what did you find out?
Let me take a look at those photos again.
Sure.
Who is this?
Oh, that's that a homeless guy. We all kind of watch out for him. I think he stays in the alleyway.
How old is he?
Oh, I don't know. I'd say he's in his early 30s. I talked to him yesterday. And
You mean before you took this picture?
Well, yeah. He said that he pretty much lost everything last year and was trying his best to get back on his feet.
Jason, he died yesterday.
Died? How?
According to the report, acute old age.
There are still some cultures that believe by taking a picture, you can capture the soul of the subject. While most people find this a rather silly concept, I like to keep an open mind. Stealing a soul is one thing, but a person's life? Something to consider until I return with Act 3. Quantum physics states that all matter, broken down to its fundamental essence, is energy. It can neither be created or destroyed, but transferred between objects or systems. When shooting on film, light emanates off the subject and the energy is consumed by the process. If the film absorbs the light, and the light includes a piece of the subject's energy, could the film be capturing their soul?
I'm sorry, Bill. It's just too fantastic.
Have you taken any more pictures?
Not with that camera, no.
You can't take the film out and just develop one, can you?
No, unfortunately, you have to use the entire roll. Why? What are you suggesting?
Just an experiment.
Like?
Okay. Take a picture of, say, that plant in the corner. Develop the photo and see what happens.
Well, I do have another roll of film, so I suppose I could sacrifice one roll. Okay, here it is.
Look at the plant.
That's impossible.
It's dying right in front of our eyes. So, what are you going to do with the camera?
Lock it up in a box. I'm going to lock it up and I'm going to throw it into the ocean.
I have an idea.
What?
Remember what I was telling you about the Myers case?
Oh, yeah, the guy that walked out of a murder charge.
Why don't we take his picture?
Bill, that's murder.
What? Just taking a picture?
No, that would mean that you believe the camera somehow kills the subjects that are photographed. I thought you were more logical than that.
Jason, you cannot ignore the facts. Karen, your landlady's roses, that homeless guy, all of them you took a picture of, and they died.
I still think that it's wrong.
Okay, Harold Myers killed that girl. He cut her up into little pieces in his basement. He practically laughed at me when the judge set him free.
Here's the camera. You do what you have to do. Well, did you do it?
You're damn right I did. I must have used the whole roll of film on him. There were only 9 shots, but I got every angle I could.
And you want me to develop the role? Bill, are you sure?
I've never been more sure of anything in my life.
Okay, Bill. Here are your photographs.
I'm gonna call the station. I had a patrol car keep an eye on Mr. Myers.
I'm sorry, Bill. I really am.
What are you talking about? Hey, what's this photo?
You know, Bill, there's a certain power when you take a photo. I suppose that capturing a moment in time is sort of like taking a drug.
What are you talking about?
Well, when I handed you the camera, I accidentally snapped a photo of you as well. Perhaps it was justifiable karma, and that's why there were only 9 more shots on the roll.
Jason, what have you done?
I'm sorry, Bill, but I happen to know of a few more people who could use a bit of justified karma.
Detective Bill Stanton crumbles to the floor, his aged hand still clutching the photo of himself. Jason takes the camera, reloads another roll of film, and heads out the door. I will head back here shortly. According to a recent study done by the Paranormal Science of Aracab University, the concept of an aura has well been established. As the study proclaims, a camera takes away bits and pieces of that aura. And having said that, people who are constantly photographed tend to live empty and aimless lives. Our cast included Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Julia Sanders, and Raymond Gibson. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mr. Reynolds, my name is Detective Charles Grayson. I want you to know that this entire interview is being recorded.
I understand, but I don't know why I'm here.
You are being charged with robbery.
I've never broken the law in my life!
Now calm down, Mr. Reynolds. Do you recognize these?
That must be the money from my apartment floor.
Well, it came from that bank that you were at yesterday. There's no video evidence of you actually robbing the bank. We just want to know how you did it.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Between every 2 pines lies another world, wrote John Muir. Yes, a peaceful walk among the forest trees can lift one's spirits up and cleanse the soul. However, Elliot Marshall, successful businessman, has an entirely different reason for being in the wonderful woods.
How's the new car?
Driving like any custom Aston Martin. Of course, Once you buy 3 of them, they pretty much are all the same.
Elliot, you are impossible.
You love me anyway.
Yes, I do. Elliot, how long do you think this will take?
Oh, all she has to do is sign the papers. It shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes.
But why does she want to meet way out there? It's a pretty secluded spot for just signing divorce papers, don't you think?
Beth, you know how she is. Always in the woods, collecting crystals, talking to plants and trees, all that hippie mumbo-jumbo garbage. I never could figure out her fascination with all of that junk.
I just don't trust her.
I promise, love, everything is going to be all right. What godforsaken place? Rachel, where are you?
I'm over here, Elliot.
You picked a hell of a place to do this.
Elliot, it's a beautiful place, a wonderful day.
Well, I'm here. I brought the papers. I thought that maybe
Come walk with me, Elliot.
Rachel, I don't have time.
Well, you've already made time for today.
Okay, Rachel. Anything to move this along.
Oh, such a lonely little flower, growing all by itself. No other flowers wanted it, I guess.
Damn it, Rachel, you know I hate being out here.
Yes, I know. Your custom-made suit tells me that. I suppose they don't fare well out here.
No, they don't. Just sign the papers. They're back at the car. One little signature, and then we can get on with our lives.
Seems like you've already managed to do that. So, how is the business going?
The business is going well. We just appropriated 3 new contracts.
You mean you stole them, don't you?
I won't dignify that with an answer. Yes, Rachel, the business is going quite well.
Oh, that's so nice, Elliot.
Look, I came all the way out here because you said that we should talk. Well, I don't want to talk. I want you to come back to my car so that you can put your signature on the dotted line. I've been more than fair with the settlement.
Doesn't the sun look so beautiful through the trees? It makes such funny shadows on the path.
I must admit, you are still good at doing that.
What am I good at?
Stalling.
Is that what I'm good at, Elliot?
Every time that we needed to discuss something important, you found such great ways to divert the subject.
Oh, look! A butterfly!
Just sign the damn papers!
Elliot, did you know that if a person goes missing and they cannot find a body, that after 7 years, the next of kin inherits the estate?
Well, now what does that have to do with anything?
I think I could wait 7 years. A solar year is 11. Not quite as long as that. I could do that.
Rachel smiles as Elliot feels a growing sense of fear. She turns and continues her leisurely stroll through the woods, the wonderful woods. You stroll back here when I return with Act 2. Elliot Marshall has driven out to the woods to meet with his estranged wife, Rachel, to convince her to sign divorce papers. Things have taken a rather ominous turn as we join the unhappy couple walking deeper into the woods.
Where are we going, Rachel?
You should really get out more, Elliot. It would do your health, heart, and soul so much good.
And what was that crack back there about anyway?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There are people who know where I am at, Rachel. Don't think that I didn't take certain precautions.
Oh, I'm sure that you did. I'm absolutely positive that you left explicit instructions in the event that you do not return within a reasonable amount of time. I would expect nothing less of you, dear Elliot.
Well, at least we understand each other about that.
Just like I was absolutely positive that you told all those vicious lies about me. That was very naughty of you, Elliot.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't try to deny it, Elliot. You spread those rumors about me, telling everyone that I was crazy just because I liked to walk in the woods. And naturally, you added how I was screwing around on you, while we both know that it was you that was cheating. By the way, how is dear, sweet Queen Elizabeth?
This is not about Beth. I think that I am being more than fair giving you a quarter of all of the assets.
But I want it all, my love.
Then take me to court. You would have to prove anything that you say about me, and I don't think that you can do that.
Oh, sweet Elliot, that could possibly be true.
Look, if it was your intention to bring me out to this desolate spot to kill me, bury my body somewhere, it won't work. Too many people know that I am here with you.
Oh, precious. I have no intention of killing you. When I took you as my husband, I thought that it would be forever. Just like so many others, I was wrong.
People grow apart, Rachel. It happens.
7 years. It is a long time, but I have waited much longer.
But you have just as much money as I do.
More. Is that the only reason you married me in the first place?
All right. I admit it. And why not? You have enough for several lifetimes. My attorneys did some checking on you.
I'm sure that they did. And what did they find out?
How old did you say that you were?
Why don't you tell me?
With the research that they did, they put you at around 347 years old. Now, we both know that that is impossible.
I look rather well for a woman pushing 400. I would have to be a vampire or possibly a witch or sorceress. I was named after my grandmother. Maybe what you laughingly call your attorneys made a mistake.
Maybe you are a witch.
Elliot, don't be absurd. If I were a witch, don't you think that I would have been able to cast a spell over you and make you stay with me?
I didn't say that you were very good at it.
Oh, Elliot, you always could make me smile.
Can we please stop this and just go sign the papers?
Did you know that I own this entire section of the woods?
No, I didn't. But then I didn't know about the villa in France, or the castle in England, or the several thousand acres on the East Coast. Hell, I should be suing you for support.
My, you do have very thorough lawyers, don't you?
Well, they certainly cost enough.
I buy the acreage because I wish to preserve as much of the woods as I can. After all, they give us life on this tiny planet we call Mother Earth. But then, you wouldn't know anything about that. You always thought it was silly of me to walk amongst nature's giants, then to go to one of your cocktail parties and present myself as the proper wife.
Those parties help to build the business. Forgive me if I do not share your peculiarities.
Loving nature peculiar? What is so peculiar about feeling the cool, soft ground on your bare feet, or the gentle kiss of the wind on your cheek, the sun just warming your entire body.
You know, there was a time when I thought the little hippie act was cute. Now, all I want is for you to march yourself back to the car and sign.
Not even as long as the solar cycle. Not really any time at all if you think about it.
Oh, what the hell are you talking about?
Elliot, tell me the truth. Did you ever really love me?
Oh. Rachel, I never loved you. Courting you is almost an effort in futility. All the money that I spent on dates nearly drove me into bankruptcy. I had to marry you before I went completely broke. Oh, I do thank you for the startup money for the business. At least you were good for one thing.
And when we made love, did you not love me then?
I should be given an Academy Award for my performance. You would just lay there like a dead fish. I did all the work in that department. Why do you think that I wanted it to be over as quickly as possible?
Oh, God. So, you never really loved me.
No, Rachel. I never loved you.
'Tis better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. So spoke Sir Alfred Lord Tennyson. But to find out that you were never loved can be the most devastating thing that the human heart can endure. Rachel has just found out that she was never loved by Elliot, and the darkness in her heart is growing. I'll return with Act 3 shortly. Elliot met his estranged wife, Rachel, in the woods that she loves so much, ostensibly to finalize their divorce. Rachel has just found out that Elliot never loved her. The news has come like a slap to the face. Her eyes grow cold and hard, and she points at Elliot and screams,
You never loved me? I gave you my heart, my soul, and you never even wanted me?
Oh, quit being hysterical. Did you honestly think for one moment that I ever loved you?
No, I suppose not. I guess it was just simply wishful thinking on my part.
You are plain, unrefined, and in general, a constant bore.
7 years.
Where did that come from?
You never loved me. You never loved me. But you will always be with me.
Looks like a storm's coming. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Oh, no, Elliot. Look around you. This is the perfect place for you. A small clearing in the middle of the woods. Yes. A perfect spot.
Rachel, what are you doing? Oh, my God. My feet, they're sinking into the ground. I can't get them out. My feet are buried in the ground. Can't move them. What the hell is happening to me? My legs? Something is crawling up them.
Oh, yes.
Is that vines? It feels like bark. What are you doing?
You never loved me. You never loved nature. Now you will become a part of something that I love.
My hands. that are covered in leaves. My God, I'm growing branches. Rachel, please stop. I love you. I've always loved you. I never want to leave you. Oh, God, my legs they're covered in tree bark. Please, Rachel, forget about the divorce. I swear. I swear. I'll stay with you.
Elliot, can you hear me? I've given you a wonderful gift, Elliot. You will now have a greater appreciation for nature. You are now part of the woods, the wonderful woods. You will remain here for a bit, feeling Mother Earth giving you the life force that you needed. You will feel every bird, squirrel, bug, and animal that makes its way to you. Imagine the staccato beat of a woodpecker as it pecks into you. The termites as they bore into you, feeding off of the marrow of your bark, your wood. You will feel everything, from the rain, the sun, to the scratches of bears and squirrels that will make their home inside of you. Welcome to hell, Elliot.
Tree service. How can I help you?
Hi, do you do single tree removal?
Why, yes, ma'am.
Very good. I have just one tree that I wish to be cut down.
Well, that ain't gonna be a problem. We can do it tomorrow if that's soon enough. Is it close to your house?
Oh no, it's on some property a few miles outside the city. I have a friend who's going to be using the wood to make me a wardrobe. Would that be possible?
Well, just give me the directions and we can deliver it to your friend.
Now, do you take it all the way down to the roots? Like a stump removal so that it gets everything?
Ma'am, when we get done, you won't know that a tree had ever been there.
Okay, excellent. Just have them bring the paperwork and I shall be happy to sign on the dotted line.
A few months later, a beautiful oak wardrobe was delivered to the home of Rachel. She keeps it clean and dust-free. She has been known to speak to it, gently, almost lovingly, as if it were someone that she knew intimately. I'll be back shortly. The scientist Carl Sagan once said, "Deep down, at the molecular heart of life, the trees and we are essentially identical." In Elliot's case, it's more true than he could have ever imagined. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Raymond Gibson, Patience Adams, and Mark Wheeler. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm never going to pass.
No, Fred. You have to think positive, hon.
Okay. I'm positive that I'm going to fail.
Fred, you've been practicing for over a month now. You've almost got it all together, so just don't worry.
But if I fail...
You are not going to fail.
But if I do, that means
that I will have to leave.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to Nightmare.
Okay, so we start with a standard theme, going to opening theme music, and then the host, he'll come in later and do those tracks. In the meantime, is everybody here?
Ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille?
Yes, Swan, we're here.
Where's Crimson? Well?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Sorry I'm late. Well, almost late. I'm here. He's in a mood today.
Sorry, the mic didn't pick that up. What?
I said we're all here today.
Thank you. Okay, I hope everyone has actually read the script.
Got me playing a cop again, I see.
It's called typecasting, deal.
Yeah, very funny.
I have a question.
Yes?
So, do you want me to sound klutzy, or should I be older or younger?
Just do the best you can. If I want you to redo something, that won't be a problem. Okay, and, Brenna, apparently there's a filter or something on your mic. Don't worry about it. This is like a first take anyway. So just do the best you can and I'll fix it in post. I would like to try to get through at least one play with everyone in the same room.
Sure, okay.
Okay, beginning with Act 1.
No kidding.
It's Crimson and William. Let me get the ambient sound going. And action.
Dr. Young, I am well aware of my duties.
It's a priceless collection. Are you sure? I mean, absolutely sure. All of the security measures are set up correctly?
I've been doing this for over 20 years. Everything that you asked for is in place. Laser grids, silent alarms, extra officers.
Motion detectors? You did get the motion detectors, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. Everything is installed and tested yesterday.
I can't believe the museum acquired such an artifact. Hey, Swan.
Yes, cut the tape.
Should I be more excited with that line, or just sort of matter of fact?
Yeah, more excited.
Okay. I can't believe the museum acquired such an artifact. Something like that?
Yeah, that works. Okay, let's pick it up from Willie's line. Rolling tape.
Yes, ma'am. Everything was installed and tested yesterday.
I can't believe the museum acquired such an artifact.
What exactly is it?
Oh, it's only a ceremonial Mayan statue. It's supposed to hold an evil spirit inside that possesses the living and destroys everyone around it.
Destroys? How?
Oh, the usual way. Ripping hearts out, decapitation, tearing bones out one by one.
As long as it stays put, I'm okay with that.
Okay, cut it. Who the hell came in?
Some guy delivered a package. He just left.
I mean, what's the point in turning the red light on outside the door if anyone is just going to walk in?
Wow, he must be having a bad day. Want me to open it?
No, it's probably for whoever has the studio next.
Don't have to bite my head off.
I'm sorry, the mic didn't pick you up. What did you say?
Oh, I said we're ready when you are.
Okay, let's pick it up from your line, Crimson. Brenna, you enter in right as she finishes her line, but walk up to the mic.
Got it.
Okay, roll tape.
Oh, the usual way. Ripping out hearts, decapitation. Swan, can I just say cutting the heads off?
Oh, sure. Cut, edit here. And we are still rolling.
Oh, the usual way. Ripping out hearts, cutting heads off, ripping the bones one by one.
I get the picture.
Dr. Young, the artifact just arrived. I had them put it in the lab.
Thank you.
It's Janice.
Right, Janice.
Janice Wyatt. I'm your research assistant.
What happened to Nina?
She had a class today, so she asked me to fill in.
Okay, well, let's go see our new acquisition.
And music cue. Okay. Everyone happy with that?
Was that okay? I mean, I can do it again.
You were fine.
Well, unless someone isn't happy, it sounded fine to me.
Why aren't we doing this like we usually do?
What do you mean?
Well, you do everybody separately and put it all together. What happened with that?
I just wanted to do one play with everyone together. That way you could react off of each other.
Okay, just asking.
You will notice that he's not in this one. Maybe he should come down here and try this. Stand up all the time, reading lines and trying to act.
Crimson, the mic keeps going out on you. What did you say?
I said we're ready to keep going.
Okay, second scene. Inside the museum, and this will be all three of you. Brenna, there should be some paper down there for a sound effect of opening a box.
I don't see any.
Oh, please don't tell me I forgot it.
Okay, you didn't forget it.
Oh, very funny. Damn.
Why can't we just open the package that's here?
Because it isn't ours?
Well, the address has Doorway to Nightmare on it.
Really? Oh, okay, well, we can use that.
So just tear the paper off and open the box?
Yeah, that'll be it. I set up a mic on the table to make sure that we get the sound. So just open it as close to the mic as you can.
Slow and careful, or should I just rip it open?
Oh, you decide. Okay, people, we only have the studio for another couple of hours, so let's see if we can get through this thing.
Ready when you are, Mr. DeVille.
Okay, rolling tape. First line is Crimson.
Janice, just be really careful when you open that.
Okay, Dr. Young. This is kind of exciting. Sort of like Christmas. Oh, my. What a horrible looking thing.
It's not going to win any beauty pageants. Maybe for most gruesome.
Hey, Swan!
And stopping tape again. Yes, Crimson?
There really is an ugly looking statue in the box.
And?
Well, that's kind of weird, don't you think?
We deal in weird, remember? This is a horror show.
I think what Miss Mackenzie is trying to say is that it's kind of a peculiar coincidence that we're doing a play about a possessed statue and there's a statue that gets delivered.
Kind of gives me chills. I mean, look at that thing.
Swan, can we just put this thing somewhere? Like, out of sight?
It's probably a gift from a fan. Yeah, Crimson, just put it anywhere.
I'll put it behind the sound screen. Oh, crap.
What happened?
There was some kind of pendant hanging on it. When I put the statue down, the pendant fell off.
As long as I don't have to look at it.
Here, here.
Okay, if everyone is happy and relaxed, can we get back to the play now?
Whatever, Your Highness.
Crimson, I may have to come down there and change that mic out. I'm still not picking you up.
Ready when you are.
Okay, let's just pick it up from Willie's line, Miss Gruesome. And rolling tape.
It's not going to win any beauty pageants. Maybe for Miss Gruesome.
There seems to be some kind of parchment with it.
Be careful. Let me see. It's in Mayan.
What does it say?
Sorry, my Mayan is a little rusty. Swan, I thought she was an expert.
And?
Well, shouldn't my character be able to translate it, at least?
Okay, so skip a couple of lines and see what it says.
Don't you know your own script?
Well, it's not my script.
Really? But I thought you wrote all the scripts.
This was sent to me by a dedicated fan that asked me to try and do something with it. He said he would love to hear it for our Doorway to Nightmare series. I just didn't have time to give it to you to edit.
You mean you let someone else write a script for a change?
Well, I read it and thought it might be okay.
Well, who wrote it? I mean, there isn't a name on the first page.
Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn.
Hey, I think it's pretty cool so far. Let's keep going.
Yeah, we'll keep going. Roll tape.
But what about the Mayan line?
Oh, Crimson, just wing it.
Like to see you wing it.
That's stupid, Mike. What did you say?
I said maybe I could sing it.
Can we get rolling now, please?
Let me see that. According to this, the statue is a portal to the underworld? A demon can be let loose to destroy someone's enemies. There's a warning.
Isn't there always?
What is the warning?
The amulet that the statue wears is the only way to keep the demon at bay. It should only be removed when the proper incantation is invoked.
Make sure that thing's necklace is on at all times. Got it.
Janice, I think we can move the statue to the display case, but just please be careful.
Don't worry, I will. Damn!
What happened?
The amulet broke off.
Yep, made in China.
Crimson, you have the next line. Crimson? Hey, Crimson!
Give her a second, Swan. She's white as a sheet.
You okay?
I'm okay. Just had a cold chill.
You need anything?
No, I'm okay. Just a little deja vu. When Willie said his line, it was the same thing that he had said about the statue down here.
Hey, that's what's written. I said it okay, didn't I?
Oh, you were fine. It just sent a chill right through me.
Oh, then the rest of this should be great. Okay, I think that was the end of Act 1. Now, music cue, host cue, commercial, Act 2, cue theme, cue host, and we move on, good people. And Willie, I think you had the first line.
Yes, boss. I got it.
Do you want this part a little more forceful?
Yeah, Brenda, that should be fine. Crimson, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Let's just get through this so I can go home.
Okay, rolling tape.
So, what happened to that amulet?
Janice, did you see where it went?
I've looked everywhere. I can't find it.
Well, it didn't just walk away. Oh, I hate to think what the underwriters will say.
It's just a stupid necklace. I mean, amulet. I'm sure it'll turn up.
Did anyone else hear that?
Maybe it's the plumbing.
Sure, that's what it was.
They will spend $2 million on a security system, but not $5 on a new pipe.
At least the statue is safe now. Opening is tomorrow, and I understand that tickets have sold out. What did you say, Janice?
Nothing.
You mean people's paid money to come and see this? This thing?
That's what we're here for. To display these artifacts in the interest of... Swan, are you picking anything up?
Oh, what do you mean?
You mean you didn't hear that?
I thought I heard something too.
Well, hang on. Let me back the tape up.
That's what we're here for. To display these artifacts in the interest of... Swan, are you picking anything up?
Okay, that was weird.
I got something stranger.
What?
Take a look at the script.
Well, what is it?
Part of the script is missing?
What do you mean missing?
Like, the rest of the pages are blank.
Blank? But that's crazy. Oh, you're right.
Okay, what's going on?
The script was complete this morning. I swear it.
Do you remember what happens?
We all died in the end. You never see it coming.
Not now, Willie. Swan! What happens in the script?
Honestly, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I only read up until where you just stopped. I thought I would kind of discover it with you guys. I had a few alternates in mind.
Brenna? You okay?
Hey, Swan. What's going on?
Well, maybe we can just ad-lib something.
Swan? Something's wrong with Brenna.
You will all die.
Holy...
Hey, what's going on down there?
You have released me.
What the hell are you doing?
Willie! Are you okay?
Damn. Girl's got a heck of a right cross.
You will all die.
Swan, get your ass down here now!
Get out. Everybody, get out of here now!
Come on, Willie, let's get out of here.
There is no escape.
Get the door open.
I'm trying! It won't open!
I don't want to hit.
Willie!
Oh my God.
Brenna, stay away from me.
His heart was delicious. How does yours taste?
It tastes bad. Really salty. No, stay away. Swan! Do something! No! No! No!
Crimson. Willie. Brenna.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Oh, crap. Hello. Yeah, I need help. Yes. 832 Peachtree Place, Suite 7. Yes, the recording studio. I need an ambulance. Cops. The hell, the National Guard. They're...
You look very, very tasty. Which one of you is next?
Our mystery drama studio was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Brenna Faith, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was... hey, you're not supposed to be in here. Oh, God. No, God!
Which one of you is next?
The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. There are 600 million cats in the world. So chances are good that one is sitting on your lap as you listen. As you look at your sleeping cat, Have you ever wondered how much we, mere humans, know about the history of cats and where they came from? How long have they been a part of our lives? Is it the history of domesticated cats? Or did they simply decide to include us in their lives? What caused the transformation from the majestic and feral wildcat to your furry friend and cuddly companion?
Yes, Uncle. I'm getting your precious medicine and meal. I'm coming, you withered old fool.
Jeffrey, what took you so long?
It takes some time to prepare your food, Uncle. And of course there is Tabby to think about. Nice kitty.
I can't understand why Tabby doesn't like you.
Ever since you found it, she's always been trying to scratch me. I feed you, you mangy little ball of fur.
Well, she's been a great comfort to me over the last few weeks, haven't you, Tabby? You see, Jeffrey, she loves me unconditionally. Unlike you, Jeffrey.
Why, whatever do you mean, Uncle? I've waited on you hand and foot for the past 5 years.
Only because you had to.
Now, what a thing to say. I love you, dear Uncle.
No, you love my money. As my only living heir, you stand to inherit a great fortune.
The thought never entered my mind. No, Uncle, it never entered my mind. I get a penance for taking care of you. 5 years of washing your laundry, cooking your meals, cleaning you. And for what? A measly $1,000 a month. And you, where did you even come from? Breakfast time, Uncle was alone, and then lunchtime, you're sitting on his chest, mewing for food. Go on, get out of my way. Hey, watch it! Oh, you mangy little piece of... I didn't know better. I would say that you tried to kill me.
Where is he? Where is that worthless nephew?
I'm here, Uncle. I had your late-night snack.
You don't have to pretend with me, Jeffrey. Your mother and sister did you no service in making you up
Of what, Uncle? Did she ever get any help from you? Her brother? I watched her work her fingers to the bone while she sent me to school. Coming here to fix dinner for me just so that she could get to her second job, just to make ends meet.
And now you take care of me.
That's a rather bad cough you have there. Seems to be awfully hot. Why don't we open this window? You need some fresh air.
Jeffrey! What are you doing? It's the middle of winter.
Yes, Uncle. Yes. Just breathe in that nice, fresh, clean air. Stay here with your master, you worthless piece of fur.
Jeffrey, my deepest condolences.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. You have been a good friend to my family for years.
As well as your uncle's attorney. 5 years you took care of the old man. Isn't that right?
Oh, it was a cross that I was honored to bear.
There is a special place for people like you, Jeffrey.
Mr. Walters, I hate to bring it up, but what about the will?
Oh, I don't think that there will be a problem. Probate should be fairly simple since you're the only heir. This house, the business holdings, stocks and bonds, you should be quite well off.
Well, how long do you think?
Oh, I would say just a few weeks. The coroner was satisfied that your uncle died of pneumonia. Shame, too. He was such a decent old man.
But what am I supposed to live on while the will goes through probate?
I'm sure the court will allow you some of the money until everything is finished. Oh, there is one thing.
What's that?
Your uncle had me come over a couple of weeks ago while you were out. He added a codicil to the will.
What are you talking about?
Well, in the event of your uncle's demise, the kitten that he had found shall remain in this house.
Remain? Are you serious?
And you will take care of it until its own demise.
I believe that Hemingway said it best. A cat has absolute emotional honesty. Human beings, for one reason or another, may hide their feelings, but a cat does not. I'll return shortly with Act 2. It has been said that there are cat people and dog people. Jeffrey does not seem to be a cat person.
Oh, filthy little beast. We should have died with my uncle. Oh no, instead he's still making my life miserable, shackling me to you. Fine. I shall take care of you until your demise. How about a nice bowl of milk? a little arsenic should hurry things along. Well, what's the matter? Don't you want your milk? Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. Now drink your nice poisoned milk, you flea-bitten furball. Ow! You scratched me! You deliberately scratched me! Oh, I'll get you! Now, come back here!
Wow! This place is huge!
Yes, it is. And you, sweet Alice, make it even more beautiful.
Oh, I bet you say that to all the girls.
Oh, no, you are very special to me.
Really? We just met tonight.
I suppose I felt a sort of urge to invite you to my humble abode.
Oh, my. The way you talk. Very, refined. Is that the word?
Perfect. Now, how about a glass of...
Was that?
I'm not sure. Tabby? Is that you?
Oh, you have a cat? Oh, I adore cats.
Well, it was my uncle's before he passed on.
Yeah, kitty, kitty, kitty. Where's the little precious?
What the... That's not Tabby.
Oh, he's so big.
No, you don't understand. Tabby was just a kitten.
This is definitely not a kitten.
I don't understand it. Last night, that was a kitten.
Well, maybe it's just a stray. Just someone else's cat that came in.
Oh, no, it's Tabby. See the bell? The markings. That's Tabby.
But Jeffrey, that's a full-grown cat.
I'm telling you, that is Tabby. Here's to you, Uncle. You drove my mother to poverty. You kept me a virtual prisoner, and now you've made me a babysitter to a cat. I hope that you are rotting in hell. What was that? Tabby? Oh, you spawn of a demon. I'll get you. Thought I wasn't going to protect myself? Just show that furry little head of yours and I'll blow it off. Oh, jeez. No. It can't be. You're as big as a panther. Just sit right there. Let me aim. Damn! You won't get away! I'll find you!
A small kitten that seems to be growing on a daily basis? Or is it all just an hallucination brought on by too much alcohol? Jeffrey doesn't seem to think so, as he loads his gun again, looking through the cavernous mansion for his prey. I'll be looking for you when I return shortly with Act 3. She sights a bird, she chuckles, she flattens, then she crawls. She runs without the look of feet, her eyes increase to balls. I wonder if Emily Dickinson ever had a cat like Tabby.
Oh, thank you. Come in, Mr. Walters.
Jeffrey, you don't look well.
Is there any way that we can break that codicil?
I don't understand.
Oh, must I stay here and take care of that wretched cat?
Well, you're not much for animals, are you, Jeffrey?
Oh, on the contrary, I adore animals. It's that cat that I cannot stand.
Well, as the attorney on record, I suppose that you could take the kitten to a shelter.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Of course, you would have to give up your uncle's fortune.
Oh, damn that man!
I don't understand you, Jeffrey. It's just a harmless little kitten.
Harmless? It's tried to kill me on several occasions.
Now, Jeffrey, I think that you're letting your imagination run away with you.
I didn't imagine that kitten growing to the size of a leopard in 3 days, did I?
Oh, come now. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Oh, I'm not sure what to believe myself.
Look, why don't you take a trip? Get out of this house for a while.
But won't I be derelict in my duty to take care of...
I'm sure that you could find someone to check in on the kitten while you're away.
Maybe you're right.
Of course I am. And don't worry so much. After all, it's only a kitten.
Hello, yes? I'm checking on my reservation. That's right. I will be leaving in the morning. And I have the stateroom booked. Excellent. Now, will someone be able to come and pick up my luggage? Oh, very good. I will see them in the morning. Thank you. Oh, you wretched little beast. Where are you? You're close. I can hear you. Fortune or no fortune, you die tonight. Oh, no. Not a rifle this time, but a fully loaded revolver. Now, where are you? Upstairs? Oh, I've got you now. I can hear you. In Uncle's room, are you? Well, not for long. So dark in here. Where the hell is that light switch? Oh, that's funny. No matter. I don't need the lights to hear you. Because I can hear you. On the bed, pining for my dear departed uncle. Don't worry, you'll be joining him very soon. Tabby? Tabby? Tabby! No! No!
Jeffrey? Jeffrey? Your door was unlocked?
Well, your luggage is here.
Jeffrey!
Hello. Who might you be?
Hi, I'm Alice. I thought I might come and see how Jeffrey was doing. Well, actually, I came to check in on Tabby.
Well, he must be somewhere around here.
There's my little furry guy.
Hello, Tabby.
He's so cute. Oh my. What'd you get yourself into?
What is that?
It's all over his fur, like sticky, like red paint or something.
That's not paint. Jeffrey! Maybe he's upstairs.
Jeffrey? Are you in here?
Oh, God! Oh, Lord, help us.
He's been ripped apart.
As if by some wild animal.
Oh, Tabby. Come here, baby. Oh, did you see what happened? Oh, did you try to help him? Okay, let's get you washed up, baby. Oh, you're coming home with me.
Alice and Mr. Walters stare at the mutilated body of Jeffrey. Blood stains the floor and walls a crimson red, and sitting contentedly in the arms of Alice is a small, blood-stained kitten. I will return shortly. As you have been listening to our tale, are you alone? Is there a furry little creature that purrs away, sitting relaxed in your lap? Remember the words of author Kristen Cast. Cats choose us. We do not own them. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Mark Wheeler. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
There has to be some kind of a connection.
Did you ever stop to think that maybe we're dealing with an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychopath?
You better hope not, Ferraro.
He's bound to slip up sometime, and when he does, I'll be there to catch him.
I wouldn't count on it.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, Slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Many people leave the rigors of living in the larger cities for the tranquil joy of a small town. They prefer the easygoing ways of the people, being greeted by name at the local businesses, and relaxing with friends.
It is quite nice. We have 172 souls living in this small town. Some of the families founded our little community. Nothing much changes here. Arguments are few and settled quickly. We are not a lawless town by any means. Our sheriff, Jack Moses, has been protecting the citizens for 24 years and will probably be doing it for the next 24. The leaves change in the fall and come back in the spring. The snow comes in the winter, and our little city pool promptly opens on the first day of summer. It's a town where everyone watches out for everybody else, especially if a problem arises. I had a problem arise last week.
Mr. Kessler?
Oh, yes, Father? Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Nothing to worry about. May I come in?
I suppose so. Now, look, before you begin, I just want you to know that we are not Catholic.
Oh, no one is perfect. Oh, just a small joke, Mr. Kessler.
Well, can I get you something to drink? Some lemonade?
That would be wonderful.
Why don't we go to the den? I'll get you a glass. Now, what can I do for you?
This is very good. I take it that your wife makes the lemonade fresh?
Yes, she's a stickler for all things fresh.
Where is she now?
Oh, just in town getting some last-minute supplies for the party.
Oh, yes, the birthday party for Katie. Sweet 16?
Yes, she's been looking forward to it for 6 months now.
She shouldn't be so anxious to grow up. Such a darling girl. And from my understanding, a brilliant student.
Hey, Dad.
Well, hello, sweetheart. How was school today?
Oh, it was okay.
Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. This is Father, you know, I don't believe I got your name.
I don't believe that I gave it.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Father. Dad, I'm going upstairs to get ready for the party.
Oh, that's fine, hon.
I'm not sure what to wear.
Well, don't worry. Your mother will be home soon. I'm sure that she'll help you. It's a very special night.
And everyone is coming?
Everyone is coming.
Okay. Thank you, Daddy.
Lovely girl. And I can see why she adores you.
You know, you never did tell me your name, Father.
Does Katie know about her parents?
Well, Carol and me are her parents.
Really? Are you sure that you just didn't adopt her?
I think that you had better tell me who you are, and I mean right now.
You may call me Mr. Benjamin.
Forgive me if I don't shake your hand.
Pity. I was hoping that we could be good friends.
So, what's with the priest outfit?
Oh, this. Well, it does afford access to people's homes. And their lives. Their secrets.
Well, if you're not a priest, then just what are you?
Why, I'm simply a businessman. I conduct my business not in the usual manner like with an office or with a telephone. No, I prefer to conduct my business in a more personal level.
And just what is your business?
Oh, coercion, extortion, simply put, blackmail, Mr. Kessler. Pure and simple blackmail. And, I am here to blackmail you.
A rather ugly word, blackmail, and to some more heinous a crime than murder. However, the blackmailer must be careful not to become a victim of the latter. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. How many secrets do you have? Secrets that you would not want other people to know, maybe even those closest to you. Imagine the horror of a complete stranger telling you that they know your secret and will be willing to keep it that way for a price.
Blackmail? Yes, Mr. Kessler. I happen to know Katie's real parents. We are her real parents. Can we please stop pretending? You know as well as I that you adopted Katie when she was 2, when her mother murdered her father and then killed herself. Remember now, Mr. Kessler?
Honey, I'm home.
I'm in the den.
I thought I would never find the cake. You know Katie, how particular she was about the... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had company.
Why, hello, Mrs. Kessler. I'm Mr. Benjamin.
Pleased to meet you.
Carol, it is not a pleasure to meet this man.
I don't understand.
Well, this man has a business proposition for us.
Actually, the proposition was for you, Mr. Kessler.
I have no secrets from my wife.
Paul? What is he talking about?
It seems that Mr. Benjamin here knows about Katie.
Oh, no. Paul? So what do you want, Mr. Benjamin?
Well, let's get down to the brass tacks, as they say. I found out through a little research that Katie's mother went completely insane, stabbing her father through the heart with a wooden stake like some sort of a vampire. Afterwards, she took her own life. My question is, have you ever divulged this information to Katie? Your silence answers my question.
Oh, stop this, now!
Yes, Mr. Benjamin. Please, tell us what you want.
Why, money, Mrs. Kessler. That's what blackmail is all about.
And exactly how much money are we talking about?
Oh, I think that, let's see. Let me see here. How about, say, $20,000 will suffice?
You must be joking!
When it comes to money, I never joke.
I can't come up with that kind of money.
Oh, but I think that you can. If my information is correct, you have $4,000 in a joint account, $8,000 in Katie's college fund, and the rest, I'm sure that the equity of the house will secure a loan.
And how did you know all of that?
Oh, I have my sources. They keep me well informed. Never mind the rhyme, only the reason. The only question that you should have is how you will pay the money.
And what happens after we pay you? You just keep coming back for more and more and more, don't you?
I can assure you, Mrs. Kessler, that is not the way that I work. I find that a one-time payment is much more simpler than dragging something out. After all, you can't get blood from a stone.
And what if I were to just shoot you now and save us all some trouble?
Well, yes, you could do that. It would be very foolish.
Why do you say that?
I am not alone in this little venture. I do have a partner. If I don't check in with him, the information that that we have, will become very public in a very short amount of time.
Paul, put the gun away.
All right.
Now, I know that it is Friday, and it is already after 5. So I will give you until Monday at 5 to get the money together.
Oh, you poor foolish man!
He really thinks that we're going to pay him.
What are you two laughing about? Imagine what Katie's friends at school will say if they find out.
Mr. Benjamin, you said you had a partner? Have you been with him recently?
Why is that your concern?
Because his scent will be on you. It will make it so much easier to find him.
Have we missed something? Paul and Carol Kessler do not seem as concerned about the secret of their adopted daughter. Moreover, they are amused by it. Something has turned around, and perhaps we shall find out what it is when I return with Act 3. Mr. Benjamin has arrived at the home of Paul and Carol Kessler with a secret. He is willing to keep that secret if the Kesslers pay him $20,000 blackmail. However, this only amuses the couple.
Now, just what are you two laughing about?
Oh, Paul. Look out the window.
It really is a beautiful sunset.
I'd better go help Katie get ready for a party. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Benjamin.
Have you two lost your minds?
Oh, no, Mr. Benjamin. Not at all. Paul, why don't you call the sheriff? I'll be helping Katie. Goodbye, Mr. Benjamin.
I don't think that it would be wise to call the sheriff.
Hello, Jack. Yes, the party is still on. Oh, she definitely wants her uncle to be here for her special night. Yeah, that's right. Well, that was why I called. Carol was going to get that special present, but it seems that it's not really necessary right now. Well, it seems that some man has broken in. Oh, I think he was insane. I'm really sorry I have to put you on the spot like this and make you do some work, but he is dead. Yeah, messed up pretty bad. I really don't think there is a lot left of him. No, Jack, I have no idea who he is. Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, it won't interfere with the party. The body, or, well, what's left of it, is in my den. And we can just close the door and we'll take care of it after everyone leaves. I really appreciate this. Oh, yeah, fishing on Saturday? Hey, sounds wonderful. I think we could both use the break. Okay, Jack, I'll see you in about an hour. Thank you.
A brilliant performance, Mr. Kessler. Now, I will expect you at 5 o'clock on Monday.
Oh, I'm afraid that plans have changed, especially for you, Mr. Benjamin. You see, your information was wrong.
My information is quite reliable, I can assure you.
Oh, you were right about her mother killing her father and then committing suicide. That much was correct, but it wasn't with a wooden stake. It was with a bullet. A silver bullet.
I think that I should leave now.
Oh, no, I think that you had better just sit there. We did promise Katie a special present. You see, Katie knows all about her parents, which is why she's been so excited to turn 16. Look out the window, Mr. Benjamin. The sun is almost gone. In a few minutes, a full moon will be rising.
Here we go, Katie. Okay, turn a little. Now, take your hands off your eyes.
Oh, Mr. Benjamin, are you still here?
Well, Katie, this is your special night, and you deserve a special present.
You mean?
That's right, sweetheart. Your very first kill.
Oh, dear God, no!
This isn't how it's supposed to go. This is not what I wanted. It's so not fair. It's not fair. Not fair at all. Not fair at all.
Now, Katie, don't be greedy. Your uncle will be here soon, and you know how much we all love and never look down on leftovers. Oh, look at her.
Which proves the point that some secrets should never be sought out. They should lay within the person, kept under lock and key, and never revealed. I'll be back shortly. I understand that the party for Katie was a huge success. Everyone had a wonderful time, even her uncle, the sheriff. Katie wasn't stingy. Everyone had a small bite. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Brenna Faith. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Adam, have you noticed anything?
What are you talking about?
Look at the Earth. There's something very, very wrong.
Doc, it's Mother Earth. Big, blue, and wonderful. Personally, I cannot wait to set my feet back on terra firma.
Where are the lights?
What lights?
We should be able to see the lights from every major city down there. Where are they at?
I don't know.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Consider the world of dreams. An unearthly place where anything can happen, and usually does. Dreams can be fleeting, a brief memory of a time before. And then there is the horrifying world of the nightmare.
No. No. Don't go near it. Please, Gerald. Don't touch it. Don't touch it!
It is a very terrifying nightmare, Miss Hastings. But it was only a dream.
No, Doctor. It was much more than that.
Please, call me Ted. Or Theodore, if you prefer.
Then why do you call me Miss Hastings?
Well, that's your name, isn't it? Maya Hastings.
It was.
Oh, did you get married?
Dr. Gilchrist. I've been coming in this office for the past year. You even met my husband once.
I'm sorry, but I've never had the pleasure.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
Miss Hastings, what is happening?
Doctor, you really don't remember meeting my husband, Gerald? Do you?
Oh, is that his name?
You know it is! Until today. I had the dream last night.
Yes, where your husband touches a bright light and then just disappears. As I said, simply a nightmare.
But it was much more than a nightmare. Don't you see? I dreamed that my husband Gerald vanished without a trace. And today, no one remembers him. It's as if he's been erased.
Miss Hastings, Maya, I know that dreams can seem real at times. Some of my nightmares have involved monsters and strange beings, but that's all that they are. Dreams.
Rain. So much rain. Haven't had rain in days. Maybe weeks. And so heavy. Lightning. No. Stop it. The lightning. It destroyed the courthouse. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Another nightmare, Miss Hastings?
Yes. I thought we were in the middle of a heat wave.
A heat wave? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see the sun again.
What do you mean?
Miss Hastings, it has been raining for almost a year. Oh, don't you remember? Something about a shift in the polar caps. The first storm started almost a year ago.
No.
The lightning was so bad it destroyed the courthouse. There were almost 100 people inside.
No! It's not possible!
John Irving once wrote, "Of all the things you choose in life, you don't get to choose what your nightmares are. You don't pick them, they pick you." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Maya Hastings has been having nightmares that have seemingly been having an effect on the real world. But what is reality?
Doctor, I think that I'm losing my mind.
Miss Hastings, please calm down. It's going to be all right.
No, it isn't all right. Don't you understand?
I understand that you are under some sort of a strain. Now, let's just look at this logically.
There is no logic to any of this.
Please calm down. Now, you say that you had a nightmare in which your husband somehow vanished.
Yes!
And the next day it appears that you not only did not have a husband, but have never been married.
But Gerald was real!
All right, let me finish. Then you say that you dreamed the rain and the destruction of the courthouse?
Doctor, I saw the courthouse yesterday. We have been in a heat wave for over a month.
Miss Hastings, it has been raining for almost a year. Now, in my professional opinion, I believe that you're simply mixing up your nightmares with reality.
Doctor, I just want the dreams to stop. Can't you give me something that'll do that?
Well, I think that a mild antidepressant and something to help you sleep will be better.
And what happens when I dream tonight? What will be changed then?
Maya, just take the prescriptions and I'm sure that everything will be fine.
Mother? Father? What's happening? What are all these people doing in the house? So many of them. I can hardly move. Wait, what's going on? Oh my god! They're decaying? Becoming corpses? What? No! No! No!
Ah, Maya. So good to see you. It's nice to have someone to talk to again.
But I've seen you every day for the past week. And what about your other patients?
Well, except for you and Mrs. Smithers, who only wants to talk about her dog. Well, I have no other patients. The war took care of that.
War? What war?
Oh, now please, Miss Hastings, you do remember the war. The chemical bombs that were dropped, the retaliation by our own stupid government that wiped out almost 6 billion people. It took my own parents.
No, I only dreamed them dead.
Another nightmare? Well, I can fully understand. I still have nightmares about the people in the street, the blood pouring out of them, making the roads red.
Doctor, yesterday I came here and told you that I dreamed a storm. Last night, I dreamed that a multitude of people died, and now you're telling me that a war took them away?
Miss Hastings, I can no longer feed this fantasy of yours. You cannot dream things into existence.
But apparently I can. I have.
Well, fine. Then just dream all of the people back into the world.
I wish that I could. I cannot control what I dream.
Perhaps you can.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe if I hypnotize you and then give you a dream, perhaps that will do it.
Do you think that's possible?
Well, I believe that it is worth a try.
So you do believe me?
I don't know. Let's just wait and see.
Doctor, could you suggest that I dream of nothing?
Maya? Can you hear me, Maya?
Yes.
You are completely hypnotized. Do you understand?
Yes.
The only thing that you can hear is my voice.
Yes.
In a moment, I'm going to suggest a dream. It will be pleasant and soothing. Oh, wait. I can't tell her to dream of nothing. If what she is saying is true, what would happen to the world?
I see you, Doctor. You're standing by a large grandfather clock.
Maya, listen to me. You are going to dream.
The clock is starting to speed up, going faster and faster.
Maya, you must...
You're aging faster and faster.
Maya, stop it.
Faster and faster, older
Stop
and
it.
older. Faster and faster,
Stop it.
older and older.
Stop it! Stop it!
John Lennon once said that he believed in everything until it was disproved. Who is to say that dreams and nightmares aren't as real as the here and now? You be here when I return with Act 3. What dreams may come, asked Hamlet, but when dreams become nightmares, what horrors may invade the mind and the world?
Doctor? Are you all right?
Do I know you?
It's Maya. Maya Hastings. Remember?
Are you the new nurse?
I was your patient, remember? Yesterday I saw you. You hypnotized me. Yesterday you were a young man, only about 30 years of age.
My dear, I'm 87 years old. I'm in this hospital because my body is failing me.
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Who did you say that you were?
I was your patient. I was seeing you about my nightmares. Don't you remember?
Oh, I've had some horrible nightmares, but they eventually go away. I wouldn't worry about it.
No, Doctor. You don't understand. My nightmares really are changing reality.
I seem to remember a young girl who did have some nightmares, but that can't possibly be you.
Somehow I'll make all of this right. It seems easy enough. Self-hypnosis. I just have to relax myself. I have a recording of myself telling me to dream. To dream. It's the only way I know of. Maya, you can only hear my voice. You are in a deep sleep. You are about to dream. The only way to make things right is to dream back the way things were. The only way is to dream yourself out of existence. It will be the last dream and nightmare that you will ever have.
Yes, Miss Fairchild. Didn't I have an appointment this afternoon? No? Are you sure? I could have sworn that someone was supposed to be here at 2. Oh, well, I can't remember her name. I remember that it was Maya something, but it's all I can remember. It's all I can remember. I'm sorry, Miss Fairchild. Did I call down to you, or did you call me? What was I asking about? You don't remember either. Oh, well, must not have been important. Just send up the next patient, will you please?
Maya Hastings was never heard from again. In fact, no one even remembers having heard or seen a Maya Hastings. She simply did not exist. I'll return shortly with a final word. The author George Packer wrote, "Pay attention to other people's nightmares because they might be contagious." And as the curtain closes on our little drama, ask yourself, what dreams may come to you? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The rules are very simple. Follow them, and you both will be able to walk out of that room.
Just who the hell are you? What is this place?
Tim, what does he want?
You will notice that the only thing in this room is a table with a telephone. There are 2 buttons, a red and a green one. When the red one rings, Mr. Dalton will answer. The green one is from Mrs. Dalton.
What do you want? What do you want?
You will talk to me directly on the phone. The one rule to follow is, no matter what I say, you will not tell your spouse.
We don't keep secrets from each other, you maniac.
Are you so sure about that, Mr. Dalton?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. The great showman P.T. Barnum once said that there was a sucker born every minute. He proved his point by displaying oddities of nature that he himself had created. He was perhaps the greatest con artist that ever lived.
May I help you?
I'm hoping that you can, dear lady. My name is Jason McGrath. By trade, I'm a surveyor.
Well, I really wouldn't know where I could put one.
Oh, oh no, I'm not selling anything.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, let me begin again. I'm Jason McGrath, and I've been surveying the area for a few weeks now, and I've made a great discovery.
Which obviously has something to do with me.
Exactly. Perhaps I could come in and explain better. No, thank you, Ms.
Lamar. Sylvia Lamar. Would you like sugar or lemon for your tea?
Thank you, Miss Lamar. Do you live here alone?
My daughter lives with me. She's in town doing the shopping.
Well then, at least you're not alone. Way out here in the middle of nowhere?
Excuse me, Mr. McGrath, but you were going to explain your business out here?
You are correct. Did you know that our Earth, this tiny planet that we make our home on, is filled with caverns, caves, and a vast tunnel system?
Really?
Oh, yes. I've been mapping this system for the last 5 years. There are tunnels that travel from coast to coast, and even around the world.
Is that so?
I've been mapping using the latest technology. This vast array of tunnels. And what do you think I've discovered?
Tell me.
Well, it is rather strange, but they all seem to converge right on your property.
Fascinating. More tea?
Oh, no thank you. What I have discovered through my research is that directly under your home is a large cavern. And what do you think it contains?
I'm breathless with anticipation.
A fortune. A vast fortune of diamonds, rubies, perhaps the treasure of pirates?
And do you say this treasure is right under my home?
I can almost guarantee it. Oh. Dear lady?
I've been pointing this gun at you for quite some time, under my apron. It is fully loaded, and I have just pulled the trigger back.
But, dear lady...
I suggest that you very slowly leave. I believe that you know where the door is.
I'm not just telling a story.
I don't know what you're telling me, but unless you want a bullet in your body somewhere... I'm not the best of shots. I believe that you should leave. Now.
Mama, I'm back.
Did you get everything?
Almost. They didn't have any ground chuck.
It's all right.
Who was that man running down the road when I drove up?
Oh, no one.
Well, I know what ground round does too.
It's all right, my child. Oh, Amelia, what will happen to you when I'm gone?
You are as healthy as a horse. Besides, you are probably going to outlive all of us.
As long as the feeding goes correctly, we both should be fine. Ah, Mr. McGrath. I had a feeling that you would be back. As you can see, I still have the gun.
Please don't point that thing at me. I've brought proof.
What sort of proof?
Mother, who is it?
It's that man again.
Hello, I'm Amelia.
Oh, dear child, do you think you could convince your mother to put the weapon down?
Mother?
Oh, all right. You were saying something about proof, Mr. McGrath.
This is a map that I got from the local library. And this is my map of the tunnels. And this is a copy of a diary that a certain William Lamar kept. I came across it at an estate sale.
But that's the name of my great-grandfather.
Exactly. He's also known as William Barty, or by his enemies, Black Bart.
A pirate? Lost treasure? And it all leads to the home of Sylvia Lamar? If Jason McGrath is a con artist, he is spinning a rather extreme story. But then, that is the hook. The story, to try and convince the mark that the con man is sincere. I sincerely hope that you will return for Act 2. They say that you cannot cheat an honest man. It is something that has never happened in the history of the confidence game.
So you think that my grandfather was this notorious pirate?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Miss Lamar. You see, William Barty left the life of a pirate and retired here. Now, naturally, he buried his fortune and then built this house over it.
What does that have to do with this tunnel system that you discovered?
Oh, nothing, my child. The discovery was simply a byproduct of my research.
Where do you think these tunnels come from?
Oh, who knows? The point is, they led me here, and I believe that your grandfather was this pirate, and his treasure is right under your feet.
So what do you intend to do? Dig up my basement?
That is my intention, if you will give me permission.
What do you think, Amelia?
We could use the money.
And of course, I would only require a small portion to cover my expenses.
Why can't I dig this vast treasure up myself?
If that is your wish, then perhaps you could personally cover my costs. I'll give you my research, that way you would know exactly where to dig.
How much is this research?
Oh, a mere pittance. Say, $1,000?
How about a counteroffer? How sure are you that there is treasure under my house?
100%, dear lady.
Then get started.
I beg your pardon?
Amelia, why don't you show our guests down to the cellar?
I don't understand.
There are several shovels down there.
Mother, are you sure about this?
Of course I'm sure. It beats having ground round and not ground chuck, doesn't it?
Amelia, correct?
Yes.
I'm being sincere. There really is a fortune buried here.
Then perhaps you had better start digging.
If you could just give me the money for my services.
My mother is actually a very good shot. I suggest that you start digging. Now.
Fine. I suppose I will have to prove it to you.
How far down do you think that it is?
I'm guessing, about 3, perhaps 4 feet, maybe a little deeper.
You really believe that there's a treasure down there?
Oh, there has to be. All of my research.
It's a con, isn't it?
Are you calling me a liar?
My mother and I have had quite a number of you people out here. We know how to deal with you.
Well now, it seems that the worm has turned, an expression popularized by Shakespeare. What does Amelia mean about dealing with people like Jason? We shall all find out when I return with Act 3. The first rule of the con is quite simple. Find someone that wants something for nothing, and then give them nothing for something. Rather simple when you think about it.
How far has he gotten?
Far enough not to be able to climb out.
Good. Con me, Willie.
He did know about great-grandfather.
True. But that is something that anyone can find out about.
And the treasure?
Oh, my dear, he will find it. It may not be what he is exactly looking for.
Excuse me? Hello? Is there anyone up there?
We're here, Mr. McGrath.
Well, I've apparently dug myself into a hole and I can't get out. Do you think that I might get some assistance?
It's almost time, isn't it, Mother?
Only a few more minutes, child.
Or if you could perhaps lower a ladder down. I promise I will go away.
You will be going away very soon, Mr. Graff. It's almost feeding time.
What are you talking about?
Are you familiar with the story of Leviathan?
My dear lady, what are you talking about?
Oh, it is very fascinating. Leviathan was a sea serpent, even mentioned in the Bible. A terrible monster that, according to Greek legend, was defeated by the god Baal.
I still don't understand. There seems to be something...
That was the treasure that my grandfather found. Not rubies and gold, but an actual creature that he brought back here.
Could you please help me out of this hole?
We found out that it really likes ground chuck, but they didn't have any today. Ground round is okay, but fresh meat is even better.
There's something to...
Feeding time. There you are, my pretty. Apparently Jason McGrath did not know that Leviathan, being a sort of god, can survive not only in the sea, but deep in the earth as well.
As long as we feed it, it keeps us safe and brings treasure directly to us.
Amelia and Sylvia watch as a large tentacle begins to scoop dirt back into the hole, covering itself up again. They smile and wait for the next feeding time. I'll be back shortly. Another rule of the confidence artist is to know the potential victim. Research, a very integral part of any game. Perhaps Jason McGrath should have dug a little deeper before approaching his mark. Our cast included Annie Mick, Brenna Faith, and Raven Adams. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He came in last night, and I can't get rid of the damn thing.
Jimmy boy, what are you talking about? There's nothing there.
You blind old fool! That raven! The largest I've ever seen! Are you telling me you cannot see it?
Jimmy, I don't know what's going on, but you need some help. I know several doctors, so...
No! I refuse to see a doctor when I know there's nothing wrong with me. That raven is real.
We can put the TV special off for a few months until you...
No! Damn you! You will not rob me of my chance, raven or no raven!
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Blanc. The world of an actor usually revolves around stepping out of oneself and becoming someone else. It is a rather unique talent and is not for everyone. Stripping away your inner self can sometimes be too much for the average person.
Disassemble no more! I meant the deed! Tear up the planks! Here, here is the beam of his hideous heart!
Jimmy boy, that was wonderful. I've seen you do this over 100 times. You just get better and better.
Ben, I have insisted you call me James, because that is my name. James Thurgood Marshall. Now, no curtain calls tonight. I'm going to my dressing room.
Another banner night for your one-man play. Not an empty seat in the place.
Yes, all 120 of them. When are you going to schedule that road tour you promised me 6 months ago?
Oh, I got something much better planned for you. You know, when I saw you in that little theater over on Claremont Street, I was amazed.
Yes, I remember you came backstage and offered your services as an agent.
Best thing I ever did.
So, what is this deal that you have alluded to?
Jimmy, last year you couldn't get arrested. In another year, you're going to be a household name.
Just tell me what is in that little mind of yours, and do please stop calling me Jimmy.
All right, all right. Do you know who was in the audience tonight?
Abraham Lincoln. I understand John Wilkes Booth was seated behind him.
Cut the jokes. Fred Tarkin, that's who.
Fred Tarkin?
That's right, Fred Tarkin.
Just who the hell is Fred Tarkin?
Oh, only the top programming guy for the #1 television network. Jimmy, he liked your play. He wants to schedule a television special live this Halloween. Now, how's that for being a manager?
Live? Halloween night? My show?
Your show. Imagine it. 20 million viewers, plus the studio audience watching you bring Edgar Allan Poe to life. They did the same thing with Vincent Price years ago. And Fred thinks it's time to do it again.
20 million viewers? Well, is it set in stone?
Well, not set in stone. There is still the negotiations about who pays what, the advertisement, not to mention your salary, rehearsals. None of that you have to worry about, Jimmy. I'm telling you, you're on your way to the top.
Oh, Jimmy, it's wonderful! A live special?
I haven't told you once, Lillian dear. I have told you 1,000 times. Please address me as James.
Listen, sport. I knew you as Jimmy 2 years ago when you were doing bit parts off Broadway plays, so don't get on your high horse with me. I know where the door is, buddy.
Then perhaps you should use it.
What did you say?
I do not believe that I stuttered. My star's on the rise, and perhaps I do not need someone hanging on to it.
Right. Now that's hurtful.
The truth, dear Lillian, is always hurtful. Besides, don't you have your own little play to attend to?
We're in rehearsals now.
At some small theater in Connecticut, I presume? Are the Hoboken players supporting your little venture?
You can stop this right now. The play is good, and after we begin, we're on the road to Broadway.
Oh, I'm sure. Is Stephen still struggling with the ending?
Stephen is a good writer. He just wants the play to be perfect all the way to the end.
Yes, a good writer. When he was writing commercials for radio station WAOR in Hayseed, Kansas.
Look, you little turd. It's not all about you. When did you become so...
As I believe I have pointed out before, you know where the door is. Besides, I need to rehearse. I'm having a problem with the Raven. Are you still here? I'm sure that you know how to use the door.
Oh, you are so right. It's the only thing that you have been right about. You'll learn soon enough.
Parting is such sweet sorrow. No matter. A little rehearsal. I did not particularly like my rendition of the Raven tonight, no matter what Ben says. Now, let me see. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. I told you, dear Lillian, I wanted to be left alone. Poor girl can't take simple instructions. Now that I've told you that, no one here, but I could have sworn. No matter. Can't be at the window. I'm on the 13th floor. Unless someone has scaled the building and is on my balcony. What the devil? Go on, get out of here. Where did you come from anyway? Go! Leave!
Nevermore.
What did you say?
Nevermore.
Must be hearing things.
Edgar Allan Poe was going through a difficult time in his life when he penned The Raven. His wife was ill, he drank heavily, and was struggling to be a writer. Perhaps the Raven in our story is a foreboding omen to James, the actor. I'll return shortly with Act 2. James Marshall, renowned actor, is beginning to rise in the world of the theater. His one-man show of Poe stories and poems is a hit, and is soon to be, thanks to his agent, a television special.
Okay, Jimmy, I'm here.
I know it's late.
Late?
It's only 2.
In the morning? Hell, kid, that's early for me. I mean, just because I was in my bed with a rather attractive blonde I met last night doesn't mean that I can't jump up and come over here because, why did you call me?
Don't you see it?
See what?
That thing upon the top of the bookcase.
So get 'em made. They can dust.
No, that huge black raven.
Jimmy, I've never known you to imbibe, but don't you think you ought to stop?
I haven't touched a drop of alcohol tonight.
I heard of pink elephants, but ravens?
I was rehearsing when the damn thing flew in.
Oh, you were rehearsing. Let me guess, the raven. And suddenly this black bird flew up, opened your window, came in and said, wait, don't tell me. Nevermore.
Well, I opened the window, but yes, it did.
Jimmy, take a pill, lay down, get some sleep. I'm going home.
But you can't leave. What am I going to do with that creature?
Call animal control. Maybe they'll be able to see your raven.
All right, Jimmy. I'm here. Against my better judgment, since you threw me out of your life last week. What is the big emergency?
You mean you can't see it?
See what? How big your ego's gotten?
Up there! On the bookcase!
What do you think that you do see?
That rather large, black raven sitting there, staring at us with its devil eyes.
You don't have to do that dramatic thing with me. How much have you had to drink tonight?
I haven't had anything for over a week. The night that winged monster came in.
Oh, Jimmy! You really are losing it. There's absolutely nothing there.
Winged monster from hell. It spoke to me that first night. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I tell you that there is a raven up on that bookcase.
Fine. There is a raven. So what do you want me to do about it?
Thank God I didn't have to perform this past week. Ben made all the arrangements so that I could concentrate on the television special. But that beast is distracting me.
The only one who is distracting you is you! Call me if you really need me. Although, I don't think you need anyone.
Foul creature! What demon has sent you to me? When are you going to disappear from my abode?
Nevermore.
You are simply a figment of my imagination. I shall will you away. Like so, you are gone.
Nevermore.
I said be gone.
Nevermore.
You wretched beast. Get out of here. Go away. I'm not some drunken rider trying to scratch out a living. I'm a theatrical star. Get out of my life before I...
Jimmy?
What? Oh, Ben. I didn't hear you come in.
How long have you been like this?
Ben, you must believe me. Surely you heard that raven talk to me.
It's okay, Jimmy. I believe you. You've been in that little theater for so long that you grew comfortable. Now we are talking about a major change. It's just nerves.
I'm telling you, it isn't nerves.
Jimmy, do you trust me?
Implicitly.
Then come with me to your future. You see, this is your future. I'm rather proud of myself for the deal I got you. In 1 week, we signed the contracts. I got you a 6-figure paycheck, and the studio has already made the sets.
impressive. Very impressive.
See? Over here. The set for the pit and the pendulum. They even have a real working pendulum. Don't worry. It's made of cardboard. But look at the realism.
Yes, I see.
And then the next set. The cask of Amontillado. You see the wall where you start placing the bricks to wall up Fortunato? They are made of styrofoam that fit rather nicely.
Quite realistic.
Over here, the library set for the Raven. Look up there. A fully animatronic Raven. It even says nevermore.
I have one in my apartment.
And finally, the empty bedroom, where you've deposited the remains of the old man with the vulture eye in the telltale heart. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Jimmy? A lot of money's gone into this thing. I'm counting on you.
I don't intend letting you down.
You already have, kid. You're cracking up. Maybe you just aren't ready for success.
But I am. I'm ready.
No, you're talking to invisible birds. You've been holed up in your apartment for over a week. You've missed 6 performances already.
No, I was off this entire week.
Only in your mind. Do you know how much money I've had to refund to people because the star of the one-man show did not show up?
I had no idea.
I'm canceling the special. I'm gonna get you some help.
Canceling? No, this is my opportunity. You can't take it away.
I just did, kid.
You wretched old fool. You won't take this away from me.
Jimmy, just cool it. Do you know who you're talking to?
Yes, a decrepit old man who has forgotten his place.
Don't give me that look. You look like you're going crazy. Hey, Jimmy, stop coming at me. Have you gone insane?
Oh, I could just kill you.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
I'll kill you.
Stop it, Jimmy. I can't breathe.
That's because I'm choking you. Ben, I'm killing you. You won't stand in my way. I will have the 6-figure income and you will be going 6 feet under. Die, Ben, die. No problem. I'll just break your neck to make sure. Now, to hide the body. What better place than the set of the Telltale Heart? You shall be a star, Ben. The body of the man with the vulture eye.
Actors are a different breed of human being. They have been known to let success overwhelm them. But to drive someone to murder? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The world of the stage is unlike any place that you have ever been. The magic of being transported to a different time or place is quite intoxicating. For the performers who are a part of such a world, it can also be quite intimidating.
Hi, hello, James.
Well, at least you've learned to use my name.
I simply came to wish you good luck tonight.
Never wish an actor good luck, dear Lillian. That is almost assuredly wishing him a horrible performance.
Well then, break a leg.
Thank you. Besides, luck has nothing to do with it. I shall shine like the star that I am.
Where's Ben? I thought he would be here by now.
I haven't seen or heard from him since last night. Do you think that something is wrong?
I hope not. Ben saw one of my rehearsals. He's agreed to represent me as well.
You could not have a better agent. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted.
Nevermore.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now a performance of one of Poe's greatest horror stories, The Telltale Heart. No, you fools, not yet. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Our sound effects engineer is so excited to get to the sweet meat of the story that he's a little ahead of himself.
James, knock it off! What are you doing?
Please? Could we please have silence on the set? What idiot have you hired for sound effects? Can we please cut the beating heart?
James, there isn't anything playing. There's no sound on besides you.
Don't you hear that? The beating heart's not supposed to start until I begin to go mad. Cut the sound. Cut it.
James, there's nothing playing.
Nevermore.
We've done that part already. What sort of people are running this program?
Nevermore.
James, what are you doing?
The heart. The beating heart. Stop it. Stop it.
James!
Villains, I admit to the deed. Tear up the place. Here and here, do you see? You see it is the beating of his hideous heart.
What have you done? Thank you, George, for bringing me home.
Oh, it was my pleasure. If it's one thing I cannot stand, it's funerals.
Ben was a great man.
It taught me everything I know. Now, Lillian, I hate to bring it up, but, well, I've been working on some contracts for you. I'm working very hard to make you a star.
I appreciate that. But if you don't mind, I'd rather wait until tomorrow to discuss business.
Oh, sure. I'll let myself out. You know, with Jimmy gone, you're the next in line to be the top star. Now don't look so surprised. You call me if you need anything.
A star? Oh, poor depraved Jimmy. You just could not handle success. Amazing what a little hallucinogenic mushroom can do in a salad. And oh, did he love his salads. A little here, a little there. And you start seeing ravens. Maybe that bird wanted a little bite of your expensive lettuce. Of course, I never dreamed that you would kill poor Ben. Oh well, the price one pays for fame and fortune. What is that? Something at the window? Oh my. A raven. An honest-to-God raven?
Nevermore.
No!
Nevermore.
No!
Lillian watches as the raven lands and settles on her bookcase, its black eyes staring as if seeing something dark deep within her soul. I'll return shortly. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Our cast included Mark McLean, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and our story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Happy, darling?
Oh, David, it's the most beautiful house that I've ever seen. Yes, I am very happy. And the view from the cliff, it is like the end of the world, and beyond is only ocean.
Oh, which is why I built the house here, right on the cliffs.
Oh, I couldn't be happier.
Just promise me something.
Anything, my love.
Promise me that you won't come to Horizon Point alone.
I don't understand.
Just promise me. I don't ever want to lose you.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. If you happen to be driving along the coast, you may come across a solitary road. By taking this little detour, you may find yourself on top of Horizon Point, a cliff that overlooks the ocean from over 1,000 feet above. It's a rather picturesque place to be, unless you are there alone.
Oh, the sea. The raging sea. It makes such a thunderous sound against the jagged rocks below. The crashing of the waves. And the feel of the wind. Cold wind against my cheeks. I was so happy. Only a month ago, I was so happy.
Happy, darling?
Oh, Dave! I just can't believe it! How could I have let you talk me into marriage?
Sandra, I told you, I'm a very persuasive fellow.
Whom I hope will be happy with his new wife.
Oh, you make me very happy, Sandra.
If this house that you keep talking about is as handsome as you are, we're gonna have a lifetime of happiness. It was a beautiful house. Sitting atop of Horizon Point by the sea, the pounding sea. At night I could hear the waves crashing, and the sound would lull me to sleep. But my happiness did not last for very long.
Still not sleeping.
Oh, Dave, I don't know what's wrong with me. Every night for the past week, I've been hearing the strangest sounds.
Well, the ocean does sound a little more mysterious at night. I suppose I don't notice them anymore. Something that you will eventually get used to.
No, David. It's not the sound of the ocean. It sounds like someone whispering. I can't quite make out the words, but it definitely is someone saying...
Oh, darling, let's be reasonable. This house has been battered by storms and rain since it was built. It's probably just the wind blowing through these small holes that have been created.
It's just unnerving.
Well, there isn't a lot I can do about it, dear. Now don't worry. It's only the wind and the sea.
Afternoon, Mrs. Winwood.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vincenzo. I've been meaning to tell you how beautiful the grounds are. You do remarkable work.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is the first chance I've had to talk to you. It really is quite beautiful up here.
So you are the new Mrs. Winwood.
Well, I am the Mrs. Winwood.
Mr. Winwood never told you about his first wife?
Oh, yes. I believe her name was Rebecca.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that she committed suicide.
Leapt right off Horizon Point.
Poor girl.
That is, if you believe Mr. Winwood.
What do you mean?
I talked to her the morning that she jumped. She told me some things that, well, perhaps I've said too much already.
No, please, tell me.
She had been roaming around the grounds for days looking for something. Said there must be someone else here who tries to talk to her at night. I assured her that no one else except for myself lived on the grounds.
Did she tell you what that someone said?
Yes, ma'am. She told me that the voice kept saying, "Peace, no more."
I have lived by the ocean in my lifetime and, like Sandra, found the sound of the waves quite soothing and peaceful. I have never heard a voice whispering to me. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. John F. Kennedy once said, "We are tied to the ocean, and when we go back to the sea, whether it is to sail or to watch, we are going back from whence we came."
Oh, the sound fills my ears and penetrates my brain. It fills me with such sadness as I stand here on Horizon Point, watching the waves so far down below. So far below, crashing into the rocks. Oh, Dave, why did you not believe me? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, there was nothing to tell. Rebecca was, well, a very sick young woman. She imagined all sorts of things.
Like a whispering voice in the night?
Are we on that again? It's only the wind.
Then what would have driven her to suicide?
I don't know. She was always sort of a sad girl, always talking about feeling depressed. I tried, believe me, I tried to get her help, but she refused.
And what about me? Am I just a silly, sad girl?
No, of course not. The only thing that you have in common with Rebecca is that neither of you were accustomed to living anywhere near the ocean. The sea has its own language that speaks to its residents in different ways. I mean, what is it with all the questions about Rebecca? Oh, wait a minute. You've been talking with Mr. Vincenzo, haven't you?
He did mention something about...
My first wife committed suicide. She walked up to Horizon Point, and for some reason that no one, not even Mr. Vincenzo, knows, why she decided to take her own life. I see no reason to drag it all up again.
I'm sorry, darling.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, it was devastating to me. And then I meet you. And for the first time, I finally felt normal again. I love you, Sandra.
And I believed you, David. I truly believed you. You knew nothing of my inheritance, and you never even asked if I had money. Not like the other suitors in my life. You were different. Or at least I thought so.
Here you are, Sandra. I brought you a nightcap.
Oh, Dave, you're so sweet. I don't think I need one tonight, though.
And now, come on. It might help you sleep. You haven't been sleeping well, and I thought this might help.
Thank you, David.
Are you still taking the pills?
Yes, and I am very tired.
The doctor said that they should help you sleep. You know I just want you to get better.
What? Who's there? I can't see anyone. Who's there? No. Stay away. Stay away. She doesn't want me here. I've intruded and married the man that she loved. Sleep no more. I can't sleep anyway. And the ocean calls to me. Calls to me.
Then go to it! Why couldn't you have just jumped like Rebecca?
You would think that it would now be the end of our story. The murderous David Winwood has gotten away with his crime. I can assure you that terror awaits ahead when I return with Act 3. It is said that the waters are the beginning and end of all things on earth. They certainly were the end of Mrs. Sandra Winwood. It has been a week since her fall from Horizon Point. The funeral has been held, and the mourners have all gone to their respective homes, including David Winwood.
Mr. Winwood?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Vincenzo.
I'm sorry about Mrs. Winwood.
Yes, quite a shock.
She always seemed to be going to Horizon Point. Never understood why. But then, first Mrs. Winwood used to do the same thing. Didn't she, Mr. Winwood?
I'm not really sure what you are driving at.
I'm just saying. It seems funny, you losing both of your wives to suicide.
Perhaps you had best be careful what you were saying, Mr. Vincenzo.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, be sure that you don't. Sandra's death was ruled as a suicide, and that should be the end of it.
Guess you might want these back then.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, just a bottle of pills I found out by the point.
What?
Weren't these the ones that Mrs. Winwood was taking?
What are you getting at?
I showed them to a friend of mine, a pharmacist. Told him they'd been prescribed to me for sleeping. He told me to find a new doctor. Now, these pills are downers. They can cause depression in a normally happy person.
Well, perhaps your friend made a mistake.
Maybe. But I didn't mistake the small speakers I found, did I?
I think that I've just about had enough of...
Along with a tape that had a woman's voice saying, "Sleep no more"?
What are you after, Vincenzo?
Just enough to live comfortably. Say, 1,000 a week.
Oh, you're insane if you think...
Did I mention my good friend the pharmacist? He's holding a package for me with instructions on what to do in case something happened to me. You understand now? Mr. Winwood.
Farewell, Sandra. Though we are parted, I promise to live my life with your memory in my heart. And your money in my pocket.
David?
What? Who is that?
It's me, David. Your beloved. Don't cry.
I wasn't, but how?
We took our vows. And when I repeated, till death do us part, I whispered, longer. I want you for all time and beyond.
No, you're dead.
And what of me, David?
Rebecca?
Was it I, your love? Why, David?
No, don't come near me.
But we love you, David. Don't you want us anymore? Yes, David. Look at us. Look at how beautiful we are.
Ah! No! Both of you! Stay away from me!
Mr. Winwood, come away from the edge.
Vincenzo! Help me! Don't you see them?
Mr. Winwood, there's no one here. Step away from the edge.
You will be with us. You will be with us. With us, David. You will be with us.
No! You're both
Mr.
dead!
Winwood!
No!
Look out!
Stay away from me! Stay away from me!
David.
Please, stay away! Don't...
You will be with us.
No! Stay away from me! Stay!
Eternity begins and ends with the ocean's tides. For David Winwood, his eternity is just beginning. I'll return shortly for the final word. David Winwood's death was ruled as a suicide due to the testimony of Mr. Vincenzo. However, something was erased from the transcript that the groundskeeper had testified to. He swore that he indeed saw two females pushing David over the edge of Horizon Point. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Dave Archipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
This is a one-time offer which terminates almost immediately.
You ain't real.
Oh, I assure you that I am very real. You said you want to be the greatest musician alive. I can make that possible. All it takes is a simple signature.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. The doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. I am quite sure that somewhere in your city there is a house that seems not to be quite right. The house that has been empty for years, that people avoid at all costs. Perhaps this house is right in your neighborhood. A house that even in the daytime appears ominous and foreboding.
The storm seems to be getting worse.
I know. I've never seen one pop up so quickly.
Where are we, anyway?
Oh, I was hoping that you would know, Erica.
Matthew, are you kidding?
I think I took the wrong exit off the highway. God, I don't recognize anything.
Why don't we just turn around and head back to the highway?
That's what I've been trying to do. If you haven't noticed, there are no other houses or driveways down this road. I haven't seen a place to turn around yet.
The storm is getting worse.
Yeah, well, we have another problem.
What?
We are almost out of gas.
Please tell me you're joking. So now what, genius?
Well, we could sit here, or we could walk to that station I passed about a mile ago.
In this weather? Are you nuts?
Or maybe that house over there has a phone. I could call someone.
Best idea you've had so far.
Oh, now, isn't this just lovely? A private cemetery.
You said that we should try this house.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the cemetery.
At least the storm's passed.
Ooh, they're coming to get you, Erica.
I think we can do without that, don't you?
You mean you don't think about the undead? The ones that we are probably walking on right now?
Oh, ha ha.
Ooh, listen carefully. Perhaps you can hear them whispering on the wind.
Let's just get to the house.
Aren't you even scared?
Yes, I am. I'm petrified that I'm going to catch a cold.
But just listen. Don't you hear those ghostly creatures that are lurking?
Jeez!
It's only a cat. Oh, you should have seen yourself.
Well, I wasn't prepared for it. Stop laughing or I swear.
Okay. But you gotta admit, it made you jump.
Yes, I admit it. Happy now?
Wait a second.
What is it now?
Just wait. Erica, don't turn around.
Don't do it! Don't! Are you serious?
I'm telling you, don't turn around. I think I see something behind you.
Matthew, will you stop trying?
I'm not kidding. Don't turn around. It looks... Oh, God. It looks like something that's been dead for a long time.
This is childish.
I can't take my eyes off of it. I'm not sure what the hell it is, but just don't turn around.
Matthew, please stop it.
It's getting closer, Erica. I'm afraid to run. Just don't turn around.
Please, Matt, just stop. You stupid idiot!
It was just an owl.
I should just leave you here. I'm going up to the house to see if they have a phone.
Some people do enjoy being scared. Others like to give a good scare. But there are some places where it is not such a good idea. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Matthew and Erica have found themselves at the front door of a rather foreboding house. They are hoping that there will be a working phone inside and not something else.
Storm is picking back up.
Let's just stay here on the porch.
Until the sun comes up? Are you nuts?
I don't think anyone is at home.
That's not a good sign.
That's okay. I'll just stay out here and get wet.
Come on, how bad could it be? At least it's dry inside.
Right. Dry. Not a serial killer or maniac in sight.
Oh, stop. Let's go in. Hello? Is there anyone here?
No answer. Let's find another house.
Oh, well, this is the only house we saw. Let's just try to find a phone.
Very funny, Matthew. Now open the door.
I didn't close it. I can't get it open.
Don't lie! Forget it. We can find another way out. Let's look for a phone.
Hang on. I got my lighter. I think there are some candles over there. There we are. See? It's just an old house. Nothing more, nothing less.
Look up there, over the fireplace.
Now, that portrait is enough to scare you.
I wonder who it is.
Silas Green.
And how do you know that?
Oh, I know all about this place. Silas Green was a doctor who did a lot of unnecessary surgeries. He bought this place, and they say he experimented on people that he brought here. You know, no anesthesia. They say you can still hear the screams of his victims.
You're making that up!
Okay, maybe I am. But the old boy in that portrait, yeah, that really is Silas Green.
Again, how do you know?
I can read the nameplate below the portrait.
Oh, I didn't see that. Ah! That thing nearly killed me!
It's an old house. We have to be careful. Come on, let's go this way.
This doesn't look like a dining room to me.
More like a doctor's exam room.
You were only kidding about Silas Green, weren't you?
No, I swear, I just made that up.
Well, obviously this was some sort of doctor's house. What's that stain on the floor?
That looks like dried blood?
Hey, there's an old book over on the table.
Look at this. Well, I'll be.
What is it?
I guess I wasn't making it up. Old Silas really was a doctor. A surgeon, actually.
Matt, look at the dates.
I guess we don't have to worry about Silas. This is dated 1890. Oh my god.
What is it?
I was only joking, but according to these entries, he really did do experiments on people. Look here. Removed the vocal cords. Screaming is annoying. Preparing to remove the right lung. Patient still stable.
No! That's horrible!
I'm not even gonna read the later ones. He removed someone's brain while they were still alive.
Let's just get out of here.
Hey, Erica, wait for me. Erica? Where are you?
Most towns have a story or legend associated with an old house, especially one that no one has lived in for a long time. The sort of house that everyone avoids going near. You come near shortly when I return with Act 3. Matthew finds himself alone in the mysterious house. Erica has disappeared somewhere within. She finds herself strapped to a table. Beside her, a collection of ancient surgical instruments.
Matthew! Matthew, where are you?
No need to scream, my dear.
Who are you?
I'm the doctor assigned to your case. I've recommended surgery. And I can assure you that it is going to be very, very painful. Scream all you want. No one can hear you. You should have paid attention to the sign.
You maniac! What sign?
I believe it is time to begin. I think that we will start with the scalpel, an incision at the breastplate down to the lid section. I shall be removing your lower intestine.
No, please, no!
Get away from her!
Get out of here! You're not sterile!
Get me out of this! The candles!
Let's get out of here. This whole place is going to go up.
No! There is still the operation to perform. Stop!
How do we get out of here?
The door has to be this way.
Matthew, the fire is getting closer.
The operation must go on. Come back here.
God, so is he. Come on.
Come back here.
I can't get it open. I'm gonna try to break it down.
Forget the door! The window, now!
No, you must not leave. I am the doctor. Surgery is necessary.
At least it stopped raining. Why did we have to come through the graveyard again?
It was necessary.
As long as we're out of that house, I don't care where we have to go to get back to the road. Good thing is, it's burning down. Matt, look. The house is still there. What happened to the fire?
I don't know. It's like the flames just disappeared.
I wonder what he meant by not seeing the sign. I mean, what sign?
Aren't you forgetting something?
Matthew? Matthew? Why did you stop walking? Matthew, you're changing.
I told you, the operation has been scheduled.
Oh, God, no. Matthew, stop it! Stop it!
And it will be very, very painful.
Matthew, stop it! Stop it!
Damn! No, not now! Not. Come on, baby, come on. Hi, honey. No, I'm okay. It's the car that is having problems. Yeah, if you can. Look, I'm stuck out here by the old Silas place. I know. Oh, I don't care if a hurricane comes through. I can read. I can definitely read the keep out sign, and if it's one thing I know how to do, is to keep out of that place.
As the song says, sign, sign, everywhere a sign. But do we really pay attention to all of the signs? You pay attention as I'll be back shortly. The next time that you see an old deserted house that is at the end of a dimly lit road, what will you do? Are you the kind of person that would go inside, explore, and possibly ignore the warning signs? I certainly hope not. I do hope that you will join me again behind the doorway to Nightmare. Our cast included Brenna Faith, Raven Adams, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Naturally. You never think about me.
Darling, I always think of you.
Oh, yeah. Spend all your stupid time in this worthless garden. When, Stuart? When do you think of me? When you're talking to all these weeds?
Please, Nora, not so loud. Negativity is very detrimental to the growth of my baby.
What about my growth? What about me?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.